The Dodgers have the best record in the National League over the last month, and tonight try to extend their winning streak to 5 as they take on the Arizona Diamondbacks in Game 2 of this 3-game weekend set. And we say welcome inside with Orel Hershiser. I'm Joe Davis. Solana Rizzo joins us in just a moment. They start the second half with a season-high 18 hits, contributing to 13 runs, the most they'd scored since that 15-0 win on opening day.
Yeah, you go into the All-Star break with the goal of catching the Giants. You come into the first game and something good happens. Instead of being 7.5 behind, they lose, you win, and you're 5.5 behind, so time to get on a roll.
They had an unlikely source contributed in a huge, memorable night last night in Chris Taylor in one of his only starts in a Dodger uniform, acquired from the Mariners last month. His first career home run was a grand slam. He's the first guy in Los Angeles Dodgers history to have that be the case. You've got to go back to Brooklyn to find the last time in franchise history that happened, and he of course finished a single short of the cycle. So you had a surprise in Taylor, but you also had and have had recently some of the guys you came into the season counting on starting to heat up.
Yeah, if we're going to have a second half where it gets really exciting, catching the Giants and surpassing them, 4th division title, the offense is going to be consistent. And in with being consistent, Howie Kendrick starting to swing the bat really well, RBIs last night, but also getting hot. Adrian Gonzalez, after the couple days rest, is now hitting really well. And the power source, you have to have a legitimate 3-hitter with power. Justin Turner becoming that again. And then Yasiel Puig coming back like he was when he broke on the scene here in Los Angeles, becoming that impact bat and lengthening the lineup. This team really can score a lot of runs.
And they'll try to support Brandon McCarthy in his 3rd start back from Tommy John surgery tonight. His first one against his former team in the Diamondbacks. When we come back, Alana Rizzo talks a little bit more about Howie Kendrick, one of those guys Orel talked about heating up in this month of July. Backs over the last few seasons. They've won 5 of 7 this year. They're 33-12 against Arizona since the beginning of 2014. That is the best record for any team in baseball against a division opponent. Our closed captioning tonight is brought to you by First 5 California. Talk, read, sing. It changes everything. Dave Roberts, first season as Dodgers manager, has his team at a season high 12 games above 500. They've won 4 in a row. They've won 11 of their last 15 and have the best record in the National League over the last month. That offense has started to get it going in a big way, and they'll try to keep it going against Archie Bradley tonight. Overall this season, they're in the bottom half of the league in most offensive categories, but in this month of July, they're #1 in the NL in on-base percentage. And that night last night with the 13 runs, the most they'd scored since opening day. Season high in hits. And up and down the lineup, guys starting to come alive. Justin Turner, since early June, has looked a lot more like the guy from the last 2 years. Adrian Gonzalez, the #1 hitter in the National League since those back-to-back days out of the starting lineup. Grandal is 3rd in the National League in batting average in the month of July. Kendrick, like Alana talked about, has continued to get it going. Puig since he came off of the DL. And Andrew Tolles making the start in center field tonight for Dave Roberts' crew. Archie Bradley's only 23. He's from a small town in Oklahoma. This is his third stint in the majors this year. Started the year in AAA. Came up for his start in mid-April, then again in early May, and has been in the majors full-time now since late May.
3-pitch pitcher, the 23-year-old, really starting to mature now as you talk to Diamondback personnel. Fastball's around 92, then the curveball in the low 80s. Got 2 different angles with it, a harder one that's a little flatter, and then the one that's straight over the top that's a little bit slower. The changeup is in development, but the 23-year-old, he's had 2 outings against the Dodgers, one real good last year and then one a little bit on the bad side this year. But he's going to be a challenge if he's on his game. He gave up 2 runs in his last outing in the first inning against the Giants in Sunday Night Baseball against Madison Bumgarner, who was going for the no-hitter, and he pitched toe-to-toe with him after giving up the 2 in the first.
And when he faced the Dodgers the last time, he hadn't given up a hit in the first 4 innings of the game. Then the Dodgers jumped on him with 3 home runs over the next 2 innings. And wound up plating 5 against him over 5 2/3 to beat him. So McCarthy watches as the Dodgers get the bats in this first inning. And Chase Utley, after a nice week-long break, when you go back to his last start, which was Saturday prior to the All-Star break, and the night off last night with the left-handed starter. Strike 1 from Archie Bradley, and away we go in Phoenix.
You hope for Chase Utley the same resurgence we saw with Adrian Gonzalez after he got a few days off. The veterans getting refreshed.
Now that 6-hit game in early July. 3rd oldest player ever to have 6 hits in a game. As a 37-year-old, the only 2 guys that did it at older ages, Cal Ripken Jr. and Ty Cobb, who were both 38 when they had 6-hit games.
Well, Chase is a guy that everyone roots for because of his work ethic and his discipline, the way he goes about his business. So when he had that 6-hit game, he made everybody on the roster happy, and the coaches especially, because when your leader that leads by example does something so well and at his age, boy, it gives you even a bigger voice in the clubhouse.
Utley, of course, came over last August from the Phillies, where he started his career, spent the first 12.5 seasons of his career, and then signed that 1-year deal this offseason to stay in Los Angeles. Well, Bradley's had a couple of fastballs that might have missed his spot, but looked like they probably filled the zone, but were called balls.
A little different strike zone than we saw early in the game last night with Dan Iasonia behind the plate. Tonight, Dale Scott back there with a little tighter zone.
See if Utley can make him pay. Fly ball to left for Brandon Drury, making the start out there tonight. 1 away. As part of this defense brought to you by Clamato. And last year, Orel was one of the best defenses in baseball. But like we saw last night, it's not been the case this year.
No, they have been a little bit more loose with the glove and the arm this year. 4th in the National League in defense last year, percentage points away from first. But this year, they have not been as good. A couple errors last night from Jake Lamb. There are 13 errors behind the Dodgers here in the West. Dodgers' second best defense in the National League.
Corey Seager hammers a breaking ball foul for strike 1. He was 1 for 5 last night. And you see on the bottom line there, leading the team in hits, runs, and homers. If he finished the season like that, he'd be the first Dodger rookie to do it since Jackie Robinson in 1947. Back-to-back flyouts to left, 2 gone in the first.
Corey came to the big leagues with not a lot of fanfare. Really, everybody talking more about, Urias and waiting for him to show up, but he has really taken off, taken the role of the shortstop right there. And the biggest fanfare he had was from Adrian Gonzalez, saying, I watched this kid last year and everything that he did in the playoffs, and this guy's going to be a Hall of Famer. Well, Jackie Robinson, if he does the thing you just mentioned, Adrian's stuff might come true.
Yeah, pretty good little bullet point to have to begin his career as Justin Turner looks at a ball. Turner homered last night, his 14th, which puts him 2 short of his career high, which he set last year. Like we talked about last night, Turner's made it easy to forget the fact that this is the first time in his entire career that he's entered a season as the undisputed starter at his position. Even last year, it took until mid-May before he was the everyday guy, taking over for Juan Uribe. He was never the everyday starter in New York, other than for filling in for David Wright at times when Wright was dealing with injuries. He got time because Hanley Ramirez and Uribe were hurt 2 seasons ago.
When this offense started to go, it was a lot of components that were slumping. But you have to have a productive 3-hitter, and he not only started to produce when the lineup started to go, but he started to bring the power game too. He and Yasiel Puig were putting on some show here in batting practice today. They were hitting him off the wall out there in center field, and Yasiel actually hit one off the scoreboard.
Baseman number 23, Adrian Gonzalez.
What do you think that distance is off the scoreboard?
Well, do we have the number on Justin's that got to the camera well in their center field last night?
414.
Okay, and then to hit it up onto the scoreboard, almost where the D-backs is. Yasiel went there on BP. It's got to be 470.
So here's Gonzalez after the 2-out walk to Turner. Oddly, Gonzalez in 4 at-bats against a right-handed pitcher in Archie Bradley has struck out all 4 times.
That might have matched up with Adrian in a slump, not seeing the ball well, and Archie Bradley on his game. Sometimes, of course, you need more and more reps to get better figures on how it's going to pan out. What is it today? More data points?
Sure.
Sure. Yeah, we'll go with that.
That works. Gonzalez #1 in the National League, hitting .429 since those back-to-back days out of the starting lineup in Pittsburgh during that 7-game road trip towards the end of the first half. On 0-2. He takes just outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And it is an opposite first inning zone from Dale Scott today that we saw, like you mentioned, from Dan Iasonia yesterday.
You said just outside. We'll just go with just.
Yeah, right. Just somewhere. Just not a strike.
My body language up here is completely different on that call if Brandon McCarthy threw the ball. They can get to you mentally too, especially as a youngster out there when you got a veteran hitter that you're really grinding on to get out, and all of a sudden you get squeezed. At least in your mind you get squeezed. I think you saw the the remnants of that right there with that overthrow on the last pitch.
Turner at first after the 2-out walk. And after Gonzalez fell behind 0-2, now a 2-2. Hard hit at short, backhand Ahmed to end the inning. Dodgers get a 2-out base runner but don't score. Brandon McCarthy takes the mound in his old ballpark when you come back. Consecutive games, 13 of its last 15. It's the first time in a decade that the Diamondbacks have lost 13 games in a 15-game stretch. Here's the lineup today. Paul Goldschmidt out of that 3 spot. He hit his 23rd home run against the Dodgers in his career last night. Jake Lamb leads the league in slugging. Then Castillo, Tomas, Drury, and Ahmed at the bottom of Chip Hale's lineup. All against Brandon McCarthy, who turned 33 a little more than a week ago. Makes his 3rd start after that 14 months of rehabbing back from Tommy John, and he's won each of his first 2.
And prior to that, he was 3-0, so he's had great success as a Dodger, just not enough of it because of the injury. And he really wants to get back on the beam quick, get in the middle of this pennant race. The velocity has been there, the breaking stuff is there. Now it's about recreating it and also attacking the hitters and starting to go deeper into the games.
And he starts Gene Segura with the ball. So 5 shutout innings against the Rockies in his debut on July 3rd, and then his last time out against San Diego, 3 runs over 5 innings. 1-1, that knocks the mask off of Dale Scott.
It not only got him in the mask, it got him on the hand, I think. Watch, see where he keeps his hand there. Nope, just got the mask, fortunately. Hopefully just shook up a little bit.
Crew chief and Yasmani Grandal will head out to the mound to give Dale Scott a moment. Some of the training staff will come take a look as well.
Dale Scott is the crew chief of this group, and there's a lot of veteran umpires in this group. Bob Davidson at second, I think, probably has the longest tenure.
Dale Scott started umpiring in 1986.
We've seen our catchers this year take a beating back there. A.J. Ellis, I can remember we got 3 of those, I think, in one game.
Half his career spent as a crew chief. Native of Eugene, Oregon. Bunch of playoff series in his career. He's done the World Series on 3 separate occasions, including the Arizona Diamondbacks World Series win. And there's a good chance that you're going to see Lance Barrett come into the game to take over behind the plate. Dale Scott's going to walk off. And in this day and age of us being careful about head injuries, rightfully so, when he takes the ball squarely off the mask, he'll go back for further testing, and they're going to have Lance Barrett, the first base umpire, throw the gear on and come in. Plate ump gear on, the shin guards and the chest protector and the mask after Dale Scott took this foul tip on the second pitch that Brandon McCarthy threw squarely off the bottom of that mask.
Remember when Bill Bueller, the old trainer for the Dodgers, designed the extension of the mask, and that was a hard plastic shield that down there to guard your Adam's apple for Steve Yeager when he took a broken bat to the neck. That extension saved a lot of people since then, and they've adapted it now to make it part of the mask. It's a huge impact, and A.J. Ellis knows what it feels like, as Bob Davidson is back there explaining something to the coaches about why he used to call a lot of balks on us.
That '89 season,
his nickname was Balkin' Bob Davidson.
All right, so they continue to get this sorted out. Barrett back in the umpire's clubhouse, getting the gear thrown on. We'll be back here to Arizona to resume play in just a moment. Happened this season back in late May, that 17-inning game. David Rackley, the home plate umpire, was hit in a much different place and had to leave the game, and then that game wound up being 17 innings with a 3-man crew. If you're Brandon McCarthy, how's this effective? You come out and you go through your routine to get ready to start, you throw 2 pitches, and now you're going to have a break that's going on, what, 10, maybe 15 minutes here.
Yeah, you really have to treat it like you just had a quick inning, and now your team is hitting, and that delay is not umpire changing equipment, but team hitting, and feel like you had a good inning. I think it'll actually be harder on Archie Bradley because he's already been in the dugout. Now he's got to wait for the delay on the umpire and then wait for Brandon McCarthy and the Dodgers to get through their defensive inning, and then he finally comes out. So I think for him, a little bit different even than for Brandon.
Okay, and it's going on, they tell us, about 10 minutes now with Dale Scott getting hit in the mask by a foul tip. If you're just joining us and having to leave the game, concussion protocol no doubt going into effect, and Lance Barrett, who is at first base, the rotation goes third, second, first home, and so first base umpire goes and throws the gear on, and we'll go back behind the dish.
And throwing the gear on is not just as easy as throwing some shoulder pads on and all of a sudden a chest protector and shin guards. You have to change your complete outfit because it's completely different pants that fits over the shin guards, completely different jersey for the umpires, and then to strap all that on is not just like what we watch with catcher's gear where you just flip it on behind your pants and all of a sudden you can go out and go catch right away and get it done in 30 seconds. This takes a while to get all the gear back on.
Brandon McCarthy coming back out, taking his time though. He's still not seen Lance Barrett. Let's check in with Alana Rizzo.
Well, guys, you saw Brandon McCarthy come out of the dugout and make his way back to the mound. Second base umpire Bob Davidson coming over to Dave Roberts saying, you know what, it should be just about a minute, under a minute at this point, so you can tell McCarthy to go warm up, and that's exactly what McCarthy's doing right now. Hopefully we should be underway here shortly.
All right, Alana, and a scoreless game here in the first, with reinforcements coming with the Dodgers starting rotation. Clayton Kershaw not far off as Barrett has the gear on, coming back out. Alex Wood is rehabbing. Brett Anderson is rehabbing. Ryu and McCarthy have already come back. The Dodgers are looking at, within the next month or so, potentially having 8 capable starting pitchers. That doesn't even include Julio Urias, who's down in AAA right now, getting ready to relieve later this season. But there are some guys in this first trip to the rotation who you never want to say are pitching for their jobs, but eventually this is not going to be an 8-man rotation.
No, it's not for a job as much as for an opportunity to stay in the rotation. There's probably a really good chance that they could end up in the bullpen. Someone like Alex Wood has had bullpen experience. Brandon McCarthy could pitch out of the bullpen, and Bud Norris was a reliever as he got his career back in order. So that will all be taken into consideration, plus effectiveness, not only for when they're pitching, but how deep they go in the game so that the rotation can start to protect the bullpen workload.
And so after this delay of about 12, 13 minutes, Brandon McCarthy, 2 pitches into his 3rd start. He had to wait 14 months to pitch. I think he can wait 12 minutes to throw his 3rd pitch of the day, which will be a 1-1 to Jean Segura. Off we go again with strike 2. So you go from the veteran in Dale Scott, who's been an umpire for 30 seasons, to Lance Barrett, who was born 2 years before Scott's first year as a major league umpire. Did that get Barrett?
It sure did. Take a look at this foul ball, and it misses the glove again of Yasmani Grandal, and it gets it off the top of the head. So we've had, well, that was almost right off dead center.
Now Segura rolls it to Seager. That's a little more safe. So finally, after 15 minutes, Jean Segura is the first out. There's Andrew Toles in center. Part of this defense brought to you by Clamato.
Well, Toles out there roaming the big center field yesterday. Scott Van Slyke was out there, and we saw him cover from gap to gap. Had one ball get through for a triple. And Toles a little bit better wheels out there.
Called up for his major league debut just before the All-Star break. He's off to a good start at the plate. Had a pinch hit single last night. Michael Bourne, Diamondback center fielder, taking strike 1.
And we all hope Dale Scott is going to feel better and quickly, and nothing's wrong with him, but I'm sure there's going to be a little sarcastic banter in the umpire's locker room. From Lance Barrett saying, well, I took one and I stayed in the game for you, and you took one and you bowed out. Once the medical reports are all cleared, I'm sure they'll have a good time over an adult beverage with that one.
One and two on Bourne. The Diamondbacks signed to a minor league deal in early May. He was released by the Braves at the end of spring training. Released by the Blue Jays after a month in their minor league system. But then the Diamondbacks picked him up after a few days in the minors. They called him up on May 15th, and he's been a key piece with all the injuries they've had in the outfield. A.J. Pollock before the season. Owings and Peralta since the season's gotten going. On 2-2. It drifts away, and the count is full.
You see organizations, they'll grab the veteran player that has struggled for a long time being a year or two, and hope they can regain it. Or maybe they've been going through the adjustment period of when their skills start to deteriorate and they have to switch styles.
Fastball at 92 gets Bourne for out number 2.
The velocity is back. During rehab it was 84, 85, and then when he started to face hitters it got up to the low 90s or just below 90, and then the big league hitters stepped in and it went back up to 92, 93.
So here's Paul Goldschmidt, All-Star for the 4th consecutive season. MVP runner-up 2 of the last 3 years. And McCarthy gets a low strike. 0-1. Goldschmidt got off to a painfully slow start. In the middle of May, he was hitting .222, but has the #1 average in the majors over the last 2 months. Homered last night, his 24th against the Dodgers. That's the most among active players. McCarthy ties him up, moves ahead 1-2.
Absolutely great pitch right there. Started as a fastball right down the middle, tailed right to the corner and tied him up. Pitch before this started more of the corner, went all the way in. You see that one, a nice late run on that.
Over the outside corner, working him inside, then outside. And a 1-2-3 first inning for McCarthy. Fanning Bourne and getting Goldschmidt looking. Score. Archie Bradley back to the bump. Grandal, Kendrick, and Puig, 3 red-hot Dodgers here in the second. And the first one to Yasmani Grandal is outside. Number 3 in the National League in July, hitting .400. That includes that 3-homer game. (2-0).
Bradley had about a 23-minute delay. Brandon McCarthy's was about 12. Bradley's kind of mimics if his team would have batted around, but they didn't.
Yeah, McCarthy's was just an awkward situation. You throw 2 and then go sit down for 12 minutes.
So you remember the 8 warm-up pitches, then he throws 2. So he actually threw 10 pitches from the mound, and then he has to have the delay. So it's a decent amount of throwing that is going to remind you of your rhythm and keep you loose. And now you go sit down for the 12 minutes by the time, but then you get 8 more warm-up pitches within that 12 minutes and then go back into the inning.
Grandal walks to start this second. It's the second free pass issued by Bradley. So from one high hitter to another, here's Howie Kendrick, who in the month of July is 4th in the National League among qualified hitters and on base percentage. Puig's just below him. Puig's next up in the lineup.
Hitting is contagious, and guys like to watch other hitters that are hot. They learn from them. They come back to the bench and they talk about the pitcher, and they really can then put a lot of weight into the information they're getting, and all of a sudden the lineup just gets on a roll.
Dodgers number 1 in the NL and on base percentage in this month of July. And as far as hits go, this is the best 4-game stretch of the season. Even better than the first 4 games of the year, where they dominated San Diego and then went up to San Francisco for the opener of that series. And Kendrick's been leading the charge, 381 in July. And has moved his average to its highest point this season. You go back to early May when his average was as low as it had ever been in his career. One of the more consistent guys you'll find. Since the beginning of May, his average is right in line with his career numbers. Two and one.
And we remind everyone all the time that he really didn't have a spring training. But when you tabulate all the at-bats you'd normally get in a spring training and you tabulate it into when he started to face big league pitching, it pretty much coincides with 6 weeks of spring training that he missed.
Big bouncer foul wide of third. And it's 2-2.
And before Howie got hot, he was hitting in a lot of hard luck. You remember he's hitting a lot of balls hard to the right side and the shifts were starting to get to him. Then he started to try and pull some balls and roll over like he just did on that one. And then all of a sudden it all came together. The hard hit balls started falling. He started beating the shift. And the numbers came back.
Most of its hits to the opposite field, but he sprays it. On the 2-2, he fouls it back and we'll do it again. From a small town outside Jacksonville, Florida. Grew up a big Atlanta Braves fan. Goes by Howie, real name Howard. Didn't start calling him Howie full time until they printed it on a baseball card when he was in the minors. Check in with Alana Rizzo.
Well, guys, you're talking about the fact that he goes by Howie. His real name is Howard. Most of the folks close to him, I'm talking about his family and stuff, actually call him Howard. When he first came to the Dodgers, we asked him what he preferred to be called. He said, you know, I don't really care, but my name is Howard. The only guy in the Dodgers dugout, or the roster, I should say, that calls him Howard, Adrian Gonzalez.
Veteran's privilege, I guess. Here's another 2-2, and Kendrick fouls it again. From that small town in Florida, he was barely able to even latch on with a small junior college out of high school. St. John's River in Northeast Florida.
Actually known very much for their baseball program.
A smash off of the glove of Segura. Kendrick stays hot. 2 on and nobody out here in the second.
He hit a bullet down the right field line for some RBIs last night, and this one is hit at an even higher gauge. These are the hard hit balls that before the slump ended were getting caught, but this one is hit so hard it almost rips the glove off of Segura.
Exit velocity on that line drive of 107.
Oh, wow.
Major league averages in the high 80s. So now it's Puig, who had a 3-hit game last night and knocked in 3 runs. A different guy since coming off of the disabled list with a tight hamstring through much of June. Archie Bradley seeing some traffic here in the second. Ball 1 on Puig.
I just hope he keeps his effort level down in the batter's box. That's what we're seeing, the consistency. The hands and the posture are such in a great place right now that the only time you really see him have a flawed swing is when he gets big or puts a lot of effort into. If he just trusts his natural power and quickness, not try too hard.
Bounce to the hole, it's short. Ahmed gets the lead runner. So 1 gone. Puig's aboard on the fielder's choice.
Yasiel swinging the bat so well right now. You just want to maintain that success and not try for more.
Almost seems a little counterintuitive, right? You said you don't want to see too much effort from him in the batter's box.
Well, he's so naturally strong and quick that when he goes for more effort, it just gets too big and too long instead of short and quick.
to Andrew Toles in his 4th major league game. Saw Chris Taylor last night, a surprise hero. Could Toles be that guy today with an RBI chance here in the 2nd? It's only 24 years old with his 2nd organization. Started with the Tampa Bay Rays. Andrew Friedman drafted him there. Signed by the Dodgers this offseason. 1-1. Of course, the amazing story with him is that he spent all of last year away from baseball after he had a really nice run over his first few seasons in the Rays system. Won a batting title in the Midwest League. Was the Rays minor league player of the year, and then dealt with some injuries in 2014 and cut ties with the organization shortly after. Segura gets the out at 2nd. Caught between a rock and a hard place as Puig threw on the brakes and made it as difficult on him as he could.
It was a great base running move by Yasiel Puig to throw on the brakes, because if he runs into the tag, you got a chance to get Toles. But when you hesitate there and don't allow Segura to tag you, now Toles has time to get to first and break up the double play. But Yasiel was the one that really did it.
And so Brandon McCarthy, who was 5 for 84 in his career at the plate. Dodgers had the first 2 men on in this inning. Grandal walked, Kendrick singled, but Puig and Toles have both bounced into fielder's choice. Toles takes 2nd without a throw, and the count goes to 2-0 on McCarthy. It's a big strike zone when you're 6'7", and Bradley's missed for the first 2.
Brandon McCarthy just has to take right here, might even take 2.
He has an RBI already in his 2 starts this year on a bases loaded walk.
Well, a guy who studies the numbers and is really quick, he understands that he has a better chance of walking, getting Utley up there and getting a 2-out hit from Utley than probably swinging the bat himself.
Bradley knows that too. Will try and fill it up on 2-1, and does. Archie Bradley, former 7th overall pick a few years back out of Oklahoma, decided to sign with the Diamondbacks instead of signing with Bob Stoops to go play football at Oklahoma. McCarthy rung up on a fastball at the knees, and the Dodgers leave men at 2nd and 3rd. On to the bottom half, no score. Sportsnet LA is brought to you by the Dodge Challenger. Test drive one at your local Dodge dealer today. And by Jack in the Box. It's back, the Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack. Taste it before it's gone at Jack in the Box. It's Jerry Colangelo when it was announced in 1995 that the Diamondbacks were a thing. Opened this ballpark, launched the organization in 1998, and they got off to a great start. They won 3 division titles in their first 5 seasons. That included the World Series title in 01, but only 2 postseason trips since then. Last in 2011. They finished at least 11 games out of first all 4 years since then, and find themselves 19 games back at the start of action tonight. Jake Lamb, one of the reasons they're hopeful for the future. National League's leader in slugging, and maybe the #1 All-Star game snub. Ball 1.
He's really come on, especially with the bat. That's easy to say when you look at the numbers, but his approach at the plate, his ability now to barrel up 2 and 3 balls a night. He's real tight with Archie Bradley, the starting pitcher for the Diamondbacks. They roomed together over the winter and worked out kind of Paul Goldschmidt's program. Archie Bradley, when he went into the offseason, he went to Paul Goldschmidt and he said, "What do you do in the offseason?" "I stay around here." And Archie Bradley then called his mom and dad back home and said, "I'll only see you at Thanksgiving and Christmas. I'm staying here. I'm going to work out with Paul Goldschmidt, get stronger and leaner." Jake Lamb roomed with him, and they all worked out together in the winter. It's paid off for Jake Lamb for sure, and it's paying off for Archie Bradley as he continues to get better.
On 2-2, Lamb takes high, and the count is full. 25 years old, from Seattle. Played his college ball in his hometown, Washington. Leads off this second inning, and the count remains full. He debuted in 2014. Last season got off to a good start, but then missed time with a foot injury. Really derailed his season. Wound up below league average, which has made the explosion this year that much more surprising. Across baseball, only David Ortiz has better power numbers. High fly ball towards the left field corner. Kendrick on the move, at the track and off the wall. Lamb stops at second with a leadoff double.
The fence in left field cuts in on kind of a funny angle. Lamb just kind of an awkward swing. McCarthy missed the spot trying to go in, left it away. Howie gives it a nice effort. Unfortunate for the Dodgers, this doesn't hit something hard, or this would have been a triple instead of a double, but Howie can get it quickly in there with a soft carom.
Lamb's third hit of the series. Sets up an RBI chance for Wellington Castillo.
It's just a really good example of how well the ball carries here in Arizona.
Yeah.
I mean, there was nothing hardly behind that swing. Really, the most power provided on that swing was the 92, 93 mile an hour fastball from Brandon McCarthy.
McCarthy's 0-1. Down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike on Castillo. And the ball typically flies better when the roof is open. Bob Brenly, the old manager here, who's now the Diamondbacks TV analyst, tells a great story of a pitcher one time coming off the field after struggling, saying, "Close that roof." Broken bat. McCarthy's got it and has Castillo. And so they told the home plate umpire that there was some nasty winds coming, a bad storm coming. They had to hurry and close the thing, or else those winds came. They weren't going to be able to shut it. There was no storm coming, but they pulled the trigger, closed the roof, and the pitcher got his way, settled in, cruised the rest of the way.
It must have been a pitcher with a very good resume to get the roof closed mid-game.
It's the only hint you're going to give, right?
Oh, I can't give away secrets.
No. Infield comes in as Yasmani Tomas takes strike one. There have been a couple really good pitchers that have pitched in this organization. This organization's not been around that long, so your hint is a pretty darn good one.
I've narrowed it down to 2.
Yeah. 0-2 on Tomas.
I think one of them runs in the race, like in the 5th inning.
Thought you were done with the hints.
Oh, I didn't know we were still talking about that.
Yeah. Oh, geez. Now our director Dustin's giving hints.
I think the other one had a sock problem.
Tomas swings and misses at a pitch that was out of the zone. That's a big second out for Brandon McCarthy.
Little switch in strategy or switch in feel or scoreboard, the lineup, who knows, but Brandon McCarthy threw more curveballs in his last outing, which was his second one in his comeback. And tonight, a few more change-ups and a lot better fastball command. One was right-handed.
Okay.
The other was not.
Okay. I think we're getting there. Strike one on Brandon Drury.
One asked for the roof to be closed mid-game and the other one did not.
Okay.
They both played for Bob Brindley.
Well, we're going to leave it at that. I think it's enough information to figure it out. Now they did 2 on Drury. McCarthy trying to pitch around the leadoff double from Jake Lamb. And facing one of the top rookies in the league who you don't hear a ton about in Drury. Who's .268 average so far this season, is 3rd among all National League rookies. Corey Seager 1 notch ahead of him. And Aledmus Diaz, another all-star rookie from St. Louis, number 1 in that category.
Run-saving block from Yasmani Grandal. A lot of spin on Brandon McCarthy's breaking ball, and actually watch it hop back toward Yasmani, understanding that. See it come back after the spin hits the ground. Yasmani didn't jump out there where it was headed, but knew that it would come back.
Got into the hands. It's Turner. And they're going to say a foul ball. Went off Drury's foot.
From up here, I'm watching Justin Turner play the ball and watch the exceptional kick at the end. And then all of a sudden, my peripheral vision, I'm seeing Drury run towards the Dodger dugout. And I'm like, what is going on? Wow, right off the top of the foot. We are seeing some people, a couple of umpires get hit in the mask. Now that one in the foot, and that's why that had so much spin on it that it fooled Justin Turner.
He's got the shin and ankle protector, but no protection off the top of the foot with that hit. McCarthy struck out the last 2 in the first inning, trying to do the same in the second. Catches the line drive, and the inning comes to a close. McCarthy able to dance around the leadoff double, and it remains scoreless after 2. Chase Field tonight. There's a section beyond the right field wall in particular that is all Dodger fans. Like a traveling party out beyond the right field wall, decked out in blue. Hoping the Dodgers can clinch a series win tonight after taking the opener 13-7 last night. Bradley loops in a strike to Chase Utley, who flied to left to start the game.
What's the phrase? The Dodgers travel well.
Always among the leaders in road attendance. A couple of really good crowds this weekend in Arizona. There's that section. Goes all the way up to the concourse out there and right.
I wonder if a travel agency put a package together and said, you want to come from LA and travel to Arizona and see some Dodger games over the weekend.
Utley drives one towards left center. Drury took a bad angle and it sails over his head for a leadoff double.
You said the Howie Kendrick line drive off Segura's glove at second was 107. Utley spanked that one right there. That'll make you take a bad angle as a left fielder. Watch Chase with this short hummingbird wing swing. Short and quick right there, and just lines it, which is almost not the gap, just left center. But that was a poor route.
Kendrick's ball was 107 off the bat. Utley's was 105. Corey Seager takes a ball.
Brandon McCarthy pitched around a leadoff double. Now Archie Bradley has to hold serve and do the same thing.
Dodgers at first and second, nobody out. Last inning couldn't score. With the bottom of the order, here it's the top of the order. And it's Seager cracking a ground ball that moves Utley to third. Good a Howie Kendrick bobblehead Tuesday, August 9th. Dodgers and Phillies. First 40,000 fans in attendance get one courtesy of Farmer John. For tickets, you can go to Dodgers.com/promotions. And like we talked about last night, that is a really accurate looking bobblehead of Howie.
It sure is. Good looking man with a good looking bobblehead.
So after the productive Seager out, Utley's at third and Turner's at the plate. Dodgers looking for a fifth consecutive win tonight. Trying to hand the D-backs their sixth straight loss. Diamondbacks have dropped 13 of 15 for the first time since 2006. Here in a season that they entered with big expectations, and a lot of people around baseball saying that this was going to be a three-horse race in the West with the Giants and Dodgers. Turner muscles one down the right field line to start the scoring. RBI single brings home Chase Utley. 1-0 Los Angeles.
This is the type of hit that Justin Turner had when he was a secret weapon off the bench, and then continued to have those kind of hits, but also barrel the ball up, and that brought him into the starting role. And now as the third hitter, continuing to be productive, being able to pull the hands in just enough to flare it to right field. And you think, oh, that's a jam shot, that's not a good swing. No, that is a very good swing to be able to muscle that ball over there. You saw that throughout Derek Jeter's whole career of the inside out approach.
And listen to the "Let's Go Dodgers" chant. D-backs fans trying to drown it out with boos.
That Turner hit is just maddening to a pitcher when you make a high quality pitch and they have a a weapon in a swing to fight it off.
You saw the big group of fans out there with the flag, the Pantone 294 traveling group. Alana Rizzo, you've got more on all these Dodger fans in attendance.
They are incredibly great, guys, at traveling across the country to be able to follow their beloved Dodger fans. It's Pantone 294, and the way I understand it is Pantone 294 is the actual shade of Dodger blue that you see in all of the shirts and uniforms and such. They're a group of Dodger fans that travel across the country, 800 people deep, to away stadiums all over the place. So it's basically an invasion of Dodger fans to as many away stadiums as they possibly can. And I know Pantone 294, they gave Justin Turner a shirt it's the color of Dodger blue, and they absolutely love their fans, and they travel really well. And every time you come to Arizona, it's usually 50-50 as far as Diamondbacks and Dodger fans are concerned.
That's awesome. And where did we see them earlier this year? I remember seeing the group somewhere already this year. I'm sure it's been multiple times.
They sent me a polo type shirt.
Oh,
with the
Turner takes off on a delayed steal. Second time he's done it in this series.
I'm not sure this one was delayed or this was actually a straight steal. They've been studying the moves of different pitchers around, and no, it's a straight steal where he is just going, and he left really early before even really understanding. See that right there?
So the opposite of delayed.
Yeah, that's a leave early, and that is picked up by a lot of different things. The rhythm of a pitcher, how often he's apt to pick off, and you just play the odds.
Yeah.
Justin is a very heady base runner. A little mix up on what the sign should be with a man on second so you can disguise him. You remember last night Joe was so adept at it that he called breaking ball when Castillo was giving 3 and 4 signs back there before the pitch was delivered, and I sarcastically said, well, I guess it's time to change your signs when the visiting announcer on the play-by-play is picking him up.
Got a pretty good angle here with my HD monitor. A foot from my face.
Go through the sequencing. Okay, they're probably using second sign.
Mm-hmm. Now we just need to come up with some system where Justin Turner and the Dodgers at second know where to look, know where our booth is, and we can relay him signs.
I used to use ahead, behind, even most often. So ahead in the count, first sign, behind in the count, second sign, and even in the count, third sign. So the signs were always changing. A lot of times guys will use an indicator, like first sign after 2.
Coming inside with a fastball.
Some guys use pumps where the numbers mean nothing, but the number of times you pump your hand as the catcher down and you're counting. So you say, okay, we're going to use pumps, and we're always going to pump from the number 3, and we're going to turn it over at 5. So you go 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. That would be curveball. But you're not looking at the numbers, you're counting the pumps.
And this is a traditional dealing of signs right now because it was a curveball and it was a ground out to second.
You can get as complicated as you want with those and have indicators on the catcher's body. You see catchers start touching their mask, touching left shin guard, right shin guard, shoulders, and then that is the sign, not even the numbers down between the legs.
Grandal walked his first time. As Turner at third, 2 gone in the third, and takes ball 1. One of the guys that started to heat up for the Dodgers here in July. Average at its highest mark in a long time, 212 coming into the game, which still is not anywhere close to where Yasmani wants it, but when you compare it to where it was, he's done a nice job of digging out of an ugly hole. He dealt with some nagging injuries early on, dealt with them through spring training and into the season as well. Such is life for a catcher.
A catcher and a big league player, because we didn't know much about the irritation in Trace Thompson's back. And he's gone on the DL now, but we then found out that he has had it for a while, and it really coincided with his slump as we watched the slump develop, but we didn't know anything about the closed mouth and guarded tongue of himself and the organization, which they don't want anybody to know about those nagging things, but sometimes they grow into DLs and then you find out the history of it.
Bradley home with another 1-2, and Grandal shoots it on the ground to third. Jake Lamb pulls Goldschmidt into the base path, but he makes the catch and ends the inning. Dodgers get on the board on a base hit from Turner and lead 1-0 with plenty of blue in the house.
Let's take a look at our Carl's Cam replay. 4 pitches right here of great fastball location. This in the first inning to strike out Paul Goldschmidt, and then in the second inning to pitch around a leadoff double, shattering Castillo's bat with that fastball in, and the sink on that one to Tomas to get the strikeout, to pitch and to keep the zeros for Arizona up on the board.
So the 2 shutout innings in his first start against the Diamondbacks, team that he pitched for in 2013 and 14.
The last team he needs to face all the big league teams is this team right here. So this is a first all around for Brandon McCarthy.
11th major league season with his 6th different team. Nick Ahmed takes strike 1. 8-9-1 for the Diamondbacks in this inning. Huge bouncer in left field. Seager not in time.
Corey had a play like this last night where Justin had to lay out for it, didn't have enough time. Right here, I like the thought on this play of immediately trying to pull it into the ground and play the old AstroTurf bounce that Davey Concepcion, the old Cincinnati shortstop, invented. Now players today continue to use it to get it across the diamond with the 1 hop.
So the infield single brings up the pitcher Archie Bradley, who got his first big league hit and his first big league start. A game in which he beat Clayton Kershaw at Dodger Stadium last April. Strike 1.
Scoring around early, showing that they are going to go bunt. The Dodgers can be very aggressive with their bunt defense.
Turner on the grass at third. Gonzalez in front of the bag at first. And both come crashing on ball one.
Used to have conversations with my third baseman if I wanted them to be super aggressive, saying, look, I'm going to protect you. I'm going to throw a fastball high and away or a cutter away, because the thing they're worried about is the batter pulling the bat back and then pulling it at them. Well, with that pitch location, it's real hard to hook it down the third baseline.
And they've got Ahmed picked off. Seager tags him out for the first out of the inning.
Advantage Dodgers when it comes to the running game so far in this game. Justin Turner with an early break off Archie Bradley got an easy stolen base, and here the Diamondbacks trying to return the favor, but Brandon McCarthy on his toes recognizes it, and a quick little rundown to record the first out here in the third.
It is not a pleasant time to be a Diamondbacks fan. Not only are they losing, but it's been an ugly fashion. Poor defense, poor base running. Some of their star players on the shelf: Zach Greinke, AJ Pollock. It's one thing to lose, it's another to do it in the fashion they've done it. Right down the pipe, strike three. Strikeout number 4 for McCarthy, and 2 away in the third.
And that style of play, or lack of style, on top of all the expectations coming into this year, makes it extra sensitive for the Diamondback fans.
And what they had to do in order to make the expectations what they are. They dealt a lot away, especially in the Shelby Miller deal. And of course, Miller is now in AAA. Strike one on Gene Segura.
Brandon McCarthy is really showing some moxie in this game. With pitching around the double, the last inning here, being heads up enough that the big league game is not so fast, that he doesn't recognize Ahmed trying to take a quick break over there at first. A lot of times coming back from rehab, the things that surprise you are the speed of the game and all the little details that you have to continue to concentrate on that you weren't thinking about during your rehab. You were just thinking about getting your arm healthy and strong. It's quite a journey to lose your dream to injury and then to find your way back.
Trying to move to 3-0 since returning from Tommy John. Final pitch that he threw before the Tommy John surgery, Justin Upton hit for a 3-run homer. First batter that he faced coming back, Charlie Blackmon of Colorado, struck out. McCarthy said he stepped off the mound, smiled to himself for a moment, and thought, at least I didn't end my career giving up a home run. And from there, delivered those 5 shutout innings in his first game in 14 months. He was the first pitcher with 8 strikeouts and as few as 3 base runners in his first game following that long of a layoff since 1966. Tries to face the minimum in the third. 2-2 on Segura.
When Dr. Job, God rest his soul, rebuilt my shoulder and I came back, I only had 99 wins when I went under the knife, and I told him during the rehab, I said, I don't care if you have to shoot me up like a horse. I want to get at least one more win in the big leagues.
Buckled his knees with that curveball for strike 3. McCarthy with 5 Ks through 3 scoreless.
in this game the same as last night, but it was Chris Taylor that really put on the fireworks and the display offensively for the Los Angeles Dodgers in Game 1. An absolute career night for the young infielder. Time now for the T-Mobile Greater coverage of baseball. It was a milestone night for Chris Taylor. 97 Major League games. Look at how many RBIs he had in the first 96. 10. Last night, he nearly had almost double that amount. In fact, half that, I should say. 6 RBIs in the game. 3 for 5. 1 home run. But the 1 home run, it was a grand slam. Talk about having a night. He was a single away from the cycle. And after he was rounding the bases after hitting that grand slam, he had the number 1 up. And I asked him if it was the fact that that was his first or if he just had that single. He said, no, it was a long time coming for the first one, guys.
He was the first Dodger since the team moved to Los Angeles to have his first career home run be a grand slam. Happened 4 times in Brooklyn.
And he's nice enough to have a live interview during the game with Alana next inning.
The last Dodger, by the way, to finish a game a single short of the cycle. There's a nice piece of trivia for it. Juan Uribe, 2013 against the Giants. Howie Kendrick leading off this 4th inning. Archie Bradley's 2-2 is pummeled foul, and we'll do it again.
You know, Alana, I know that you covered this in the pregame show, but everybody would like to hear what was the reaction of the players of Chris Taylor trying to bunt for the cycle?
Well, you know, he actually said after the game that that's a big part of his game, and that's kind of the reason that Dave Roberts felt comfortable being able to do that, guys. Howie Kendrick with the single there, a long single. He said that he was comfortable being able to do that, and the guys didn't care about it. They were fine with the fact that he was able to lay down that bunt, and naturally they're kind of at that point, no run, no lead is safe in this ballpark. So if you can get the guy over, he was fine. You know, he almost actually had a good bunt there. Cole Mentor making a great play on it, but the guys were absolutely fine with it, and of course Taylor was fine with it too, and Dave Roberts gave him the go-ahead to do it.
Yeah, it was interesting because Nomar and I talked about it after, and he actually texted me during the game about what did you think about the bunt attempt? And I said, well, Alana heard from Dave Roberts that they were going for it, and he gave him permission to bunt.
Puig flies out to right.
You know, Joe, it reminds me of when somebody gets knocked down. There's a debate on every bench. There is no hard and fast, oh, everybody knows that one was on purpose, or everybody knows, oh, that wasn't on purpose. The bunt attempt last night needed a single and just didn't get the angle of the bat and get it down third, but he gets it right down third. They were playing deep, and you see Dave Roberts' reaction, who gave him permission when he was in the on-deck circle to go for it.
Andrew Toles of the man at first and 1 away. Hits a bouncing ball to Goldschmidt. And Toles can really fly, stays out of the double play. Well, Taylor with those 6 RBIs last night, just to put a bow on him. He was the first Dodger second baseman to have that many RBIs in a game since Jackie Robinson in 1949. And only one Dodger second baseman had ever had more than 6 RBIs in a game, Billy Herman in 1943. So missed out on the cycle, but has his name in some pretty good company with the 6 runs batted in. And they're calling a balk on Archie Bradley. So Toles will get second. I mean, you can hear the umpires saying no stop. You have to pause.
That's not a balk in my book, but he doesn't need to stop when he's coming over there. You need to stop when you're delivering the ball to home. That was a very interesting call, unless they might have called also a jump move, no step. You're supposed to step towards the base you're throwing to when you throw from the rubber.
Didn't it sound like no stop, though? The shouting?
My ears are 57 years old, and I'm starting to hear weird things, so I can't.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter if you pause if you're throwing to first.
That's definitely no step.
Okay.
He ended up in the same exact position, kind of just jumped and rotated.
His second balk this year. Puts Toles at second. And brings up McCarthy. Dodgers last night 7 of 19 with runners in scoring position. So far tonight 1 for 7. The lone hit, Justin Turner's RBI single last inning to score Chase Utley.
A 1 for 7 in the 3rd inning, though, or top of the 4th is pretty good as far as getting some traffic out there.
Now 4 more hits tonight. A couple of walks. 55 hits in the last 4+ games. McCarthy broke his bat on a roller to Segura that will retire the side. When we come back for the bottom of the 4th, Chris Taylor, last night's man of the hour, joins Alana Rizzo in a 1-0 game.
McCarthy is on the hill for his 4th inning of work, joined now by the man of the evening last night, Chris Taylor. Again, a career night for you, Chris. 6 RBIs, 3 for 5, and of course your first home run being a grand slam. Now that you've had a few hours to process it, how incredible was that night for you last night?
Yeah, it was awesome. You know, a lot of fun, and you know, really the whole team swinging the bat well, and you know, I just enjoyed the whole process of being here the last couple weeks, and you know, last night was awesome to kind of contribute offensively, you know, add to the firepower. We got so many great hitters, and you know, it's just been a lot of fun. You know, the experience was awesome yesterday, hearing from friends and family back home, so that was really cool.
You were certainly the talk of the town last night, and a lot of what we were doing in our pregame show today, and so much of the conversation was you laying down the bunt. Still, your thought about that at bat, and if you would do it over again?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's part of my game, and I felt like at that point, the way the game was going, you know, the momentum was kind of on their side. They had just scored 3 runs, and you know, regardless of...
I almost hit for the cycle against Murray State in 2002. You guys are still talking about this?
What are you thinking about when you see this guy have a game, AJ? No, you can't come into the interview and then leave. He's gone. We lost AJ Ellis. You're watching Brandon McCarthy tonight, not playing against behind him right now. What are you seeing from Brandon?
He looks really good. You know, he's keeping the ball down in the zone. He's attacking the hitters, and you know, that's really all we've seen from him since he's been up, which is it's great for him. You know, because he's had a tough run the last year, and I'm really happy for him.
You know, this is a game, Chris, you know better than anybody that it will humble you often. And, you know, the guys in the Hall of Fame have failed 70% of the time. The fact that you were able to have 6 RBIs when in your first 96 games you only had 10. Does it make any sense to you? Does this game ever make sense?
No, it doesn't. You know, that's why you just got to appreciate it. You know, you got to enjoy the moment, enjoy the ride, and you know, it's been fun. You know, I'm just trying to take it one day at a time, enjoy the process, really.
How many calls and texts did you get from friends and family?
I got a lot this morning, you know, because we're on West Coast time, so most everybody was asleep back. I'm from Virginia, East Coast, so yeah, I got a lot this morning.
You know, when you were in Virginia, obviously a big at-bat as far as your college career is concerned, sending the team to the College World Series. Just your thought about how this ranks last night to what you're able to do when you're in college.
It's hard to compare them. You know, it's a different experience, but you know, both of them are definitely up there at the top.
I appreciate your time. It was a pleasure watching what you were able to do last night. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Alana. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, AJ.
We think.
God, cracks me up.
Was that a cycle against Murray State? He
close. He said he got close against Murray State. In the Austin Peay days. 0-2 on Paul Goldschmidt. Here comes McCarthy. And Goldschmidt pulls a liner to left for a base hit.
The good hitters are going to get their hits. You just want to keep them in the ballpark. And you don't want them up when there's people on base.
That's the 3rd hit for the Diamondbacks. One of the first 2 came from Jake Lamb. Was a double in the 2nd inning off of the wall in the left field corner. McCarthy so efficient so far. 51 pitches here in the 4th. As he goes to work on Lamb. Strike 1. McCarthy started his career with the White Sox. 2 seasons in Chicago. Then to the Rangers for 3 years. And 2 years with the A's. Then here in Arizona. And to the Yankees. And now the Dodgers. LA native, grew up in Pasadena. Family moved to Colorado when he was 10 or 11. Grew up a big Dodger fan and grew up a big Oral Hershiser fan. There goes Goldschmidt on a pitch that was up. Throw down from Grandal. Gets him with a tag from Seager. That is the 36th out the Diamondbacks have made on the bases this year, which leads the National League.
Between injuries and lack of production and then making outs on the bases, that's going to cut into your offense in a big, big way.
So how's it feel to be Brandon McCarthy's idol?
When he first became a Dodger and we had Fan Fest at Dodger Stadium, we interviewed him on the desk out there, and it wasn't awkward.
Is that sarcastic?
No, it wasn't awkward. It felt good, and the fact that he was so genuine about it. And came clean, really, face to face.
4 scoreless innings for him, putting on his best Bulldog impression. on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Toyota's Summer Drive Sales event is going on now, where you can save big on the all-new Prius. That's Adrian Gonzalez hitting here at Chase Field, where he's hit more home runs than any visiting player in this ballpark's history, spending much of his career in this division. San Diego, and then with the Dodgers. Of course, with stops in Texas and Boston as well.
Archie Bradley on the mound has not gotten the Dodgers to swing and miss at all tonight. 72 pitches, 44 strikes, but look what happens with those strikes. Taken, fouls, in play, and then no swings and misses. He's not fooling anybody.
Typically, when you think of first-round draft picks, you think of swing and miss stuff. He was the 7th overall pick in 2011. Spent 4 seasons in the minors before making his debut last year with 8 games in a Diamondback uniform. Faces the top of the Dodge order here in the 5th and brings an 0-1 to Chase Utley. Hit it off his foot, and it's 0-2. In one of those 8 starts last year against Colorado, Bradley took a line drive off the face, hit by Carlos Gonzalez, and suffered a sinus fracture. The batted ball velocity on that, 115.
Wow.
Off his face.
That was a scary, scary moment.
Utley hits a high drive down the right field line. It's curling, and it is foul. So this is April 28th last year, one of his first few starts as a major leaguer. It's hard to even look at.
It is so hard to watch.
Almost harder even to look at that. And the starting pitchers have that in common tonight. Of course, Brandon McCarthy had a similarly scary moment earlier in his career when he took the line drive off the head in 2012 when he was in Oakland. Skull fracture. Had a brain contusion. There was hemorrhaging. Went under the knife. 2-hour surgery that he was lucky to come out of just fine.
I was never hit in the head, but I was hit in the leg and in the body. And I know what it took for me to get rid of the flinch of just being hit on the body. I can't imagine the mental games you have to play with yourself to get the bravery back to after being hit in the head, in the face.
Archie Bradley was a high school quarterback and said that his experience of getting hit under the chin time after time, dropping back, throwing passes, helped him bounce back. Utley over the top of it off speed for strike 3, and finally he gets a swing and a miss for his 2nd strikeout. And he was committed to Oklahoma to play for the Sooners before Arizona drafted him. One away with the bases empty for the All-Star Corey Seager.
Corey without a hit tonight, but a very productive out in the 3rd inning to move over Justin Turner. Or no, Utley over to 3rd, and then Turner got him home with the base hit.
Two-one. Floated down the left field line. That's in for a base hit. Drury digs it out. Seager cruises into 2nd with a double. He just keeps on hitting.
It just shows you that the ground ball to 2nd when he moved Utley over with no outs to get Turner an RBI situation with a man on 3rd and less than 2 was such a planned ground ball, because now here with the changeup stays back and drives it down the left field line. Very mature approach for a very young man.
I'm sure you saw within the last week, Dave Roberts kind of said matter-of-factly, yeah, he's our best player. Late during the first half, headed into the All-Star break. Justin Turner looks at a strike. And it's kind of crazy that it's matter-of-factly because he is still just 22 years old. He is a rookie.
He now is an all-star.
Yeah. It didn't even have much hesitation for Dave Roberts to agree to that question. Or agree to that leading statement, I guess.
And sabermetrically now we have found out that the most important place to hit in a lineup is the number 2 hole, so that you can actually come up that one at bat earlier in the 9th inning. You're not in the on deck circle for the final at bat. And you also have a man hitting in front of you to create an RBI situation right away in the 1st inning. So having him hit second and being named the best player on the team is, he's in the right slot.
Turner knocked in the Dodgers' first run in the 3rd inning, scoring Utley. RBI chance here in the 5th, and an 0-2 from Bradley. This is low, ball 1. Turner corks one in the air to deep right center. Tomas back at the track with room. And Seager advances to 3rd. Sure sounded good off the bat.
Sure did, and had very good carry there to right field. Turner didn't get all of it, but Justin felt with the way he hit it and the backspin he put on it, maybe it would have a chance. Little backspin and a little side spin, kind of slicing action. It probably slowed it down a little bit and made it so it didn't clear the fence.
So Turner's 1 for 2, and Adrian Gonzalez still looking for his first hit against Bradley in 6 at-bats. Has a man at 3rd and 2 gone. Facing the overshift as usual. He hits one right into it. Dodgers leave a man at 3rd. We're halfway home in Arizona. It's 1-0 LA. single in the third, accounting for the scoring as we go to the bottom of the fifth and celebrate Japan night. Tuesday, July 26th, Dodgers and Rays. First 40,000 fans get a Kenta Maeda bobblehead from San Manuel Indian Bingo and Casino. Arrive early for special pregame performances. You can get tickets at Dodgers.com/promotions. Kenta will start the finale tomorrow. Right now, it's Brandon McCarthy with 4 shutout frames against his old team. And he has now faced all 30 teams in the majors, including all 5 of his former teams. Wellington Castillo starts the 5th by taking ball 1.
That pitch was a ball from Brandon McCarthy, but it was a great example of the good movement he's had tonight, the late life. It was from 92, 93 all the way down with that curveball at 79. That's changing speeds.
You've talked a couple of times about the velocity being up for him and how it's gone up and up as his career's progressed. He was 88 to 90 his first 4 seasons or so. As he dealt with those nagging shoulder blade problems, it had a lot to do with, or largely came from, his extreme over-the-top delivery. This putting a lot of stress on that shoulder blade. And so as he altered his delivery and dropped that shoulder, or dropped the arm slot some, he saw his velocity tick up into the low 90s. He sat around 94 in his final year plus before the Tommy John surgery. It's been a great sign seeing him get close to there again. Doug Padilla of ESPN.com wrote a really nice article about his velocity. Find that online. And breaking down the evolution of the pitcher that is Brandon McCarthy, 33 years old in his 11th major league season. Castillo offered. 6 strikeouts from McCarthy.
Well, that arm speed not only goes into velocity, but it gives you the ability to spin the ball, and that's what he does right here. So the arm speed at 92, 94 miles an hour, instead of staying behind it, now it spins it. But when you have that great arm speed and good hand action, good tight curveball right there.
One away for Tomas. High fly ball to right center. Andrew Toles to the warning track. At the wall. Jumps in the air. And makes the catch. So nonchalant from the rookie for out number 2.
Pulled up short of the wall like, oh, I'll just catch this routine. And then the Arizona air, as thin as it is here, I think the ball carried a little farther than he thought. Oh, yeah, he was ready to jump. Yasiel was climbing the wall like Spider-Man. And Toles just took the routine route with a little step and a hop. Don't you love the passion of Yasiel Puig? I'm coming over there. I'll get it.
McCarthy's faced just 1 more than the minimum. Diamondbacks have had 3 base runners, but 2 of those 3 base runners have run into outs.
You know, adding to that arm slot change as far as watching the velocity change, he also hit the weight room and got a little stronger and stabilized that lever system. It's not about muscle and bulk, but the strength actually lets you stabilize that shoulder and elbow and the lower half to leverage the ball better and more consistently. You don't want the bulky, tight muscles, but you definitely want strong, flexible ones.
There's a lot of room to pack on some muscle on a 6'7" frame.
Sure is.
He pitches 1-1, and Drury takes strike 2.
Had the same conversation with a big guy when I was the pitching coach for the Texas Rangers, Chris Young. Came out of Princeton with the big 6'10" frame, and that winter after becoming a big leaguer, I told him, you're going to have to get stronger. Not just for a little bit of velocity, but just the consistency of holding that big a frame together. You think about, you don't see too many successful tall golfers because that's so hard to hold an accurate big body together just to hit that ball accurately, and the same thing with throwing.
Anytime you pitch 11 seasons in the majors, there's some kind of evolution going on there. You're not going to be the same guy for 11 years in a row.
If you're the same guy for 11 years in a row, you're probably going to be out of the game and not make it 11 years. You're making adjustments all the time.
And he gets it by Drury for strike 3 at 93. 7 strikeouts over 5 shutout frames for Brandon McCarthy. In the 6th with the Dodgers in front of the Diamondbacks 1-0. Joe Davis, Orel Hershiser, Alana Rizzo. Much different personality to this game than the opener last night, which the Dodgers won 13-7. Lone run tonight coming on a Justin Turner base hit back in the 3rd, scoring Chase Utley, who had started that inning with a double. Grandal a walk and a ground out. Last night's game wound up fairly close to a 4-hour game. In the case of Archie Bradley, he has seen significantly longer this year. Grandal with a bouncing ball foul, and it's 1-2. June 24th at Colorado, and that place tends to produce some long games. He was the starting pitcher for the Diamondbacks in what wound up being the longest 9-inning game in National League history at 4.5 hours. To play a 10-9 win over the Rockies.
Wonder how many pitching changes there were.
Gosh. Previous record was a game the Dodgers were involved in back in 2001, the game that Barry Bonds broke the single season home run record, so there was all the ceremony around that. And it was a game in October when games are typically longer because of the longer rosters. Grandal swings through a breaking ball that bounced, and he's out number 1 in the 6th. The Bonds game was 4 hours and 27 minutes. And the game that Bradley pitched in Colorado, 4.5 hours, 9 innings. Another good game for Howie Kendrick. He's 5 for 7 in this series. And he looks at strike one. Breaking ball drilled in the air to center. Bourne is back on it, turns around and watches it crank off the wall. Howie Kendrick staying red hot with a double, and his 3rd consecutive 3-hit game.
A very tough April, even not that good a May, but since then coming back towards his career 291 average, and if you keep getting these multi-hit games, he'll go right by his career average this time, sometime this year.
So now Yasiel Puig, Dodgers trying to get some insurance. Chopped to third. Jake Lamb throws him out. We saw last night the value of insurance with the Diamondbacks getting a couple of late home runs against Casey Fien. There were 20 runs scored in last night's game. There's one so far tonight.
Like in Alana's interview with Chris Taylor about the number of RBIs he had coming into yesterday's game, and then all of a sudden getting 6 in one game when he had all of 10 in his whole career to that point. It is a crazy game from one day to the next.
They'll put tolls on intentionally and have Brandon McCarthy bat. McCarthy's only thrown 68 pitches over the first 5 innings of this game. So just what the doctor ordered for a Dodgers staff that has not been good at getting deep in games, and for a Dodger bullpen that's had to wear the brunt of those short starts by pitching more than any bullpen in baseball over the last 2 months.
I think Brandon had 72 and 77 and went 5 innings in both of his first 2 starts back, and trying to go deeper, but also go deeper into the game, being more efficient.
Pitcher Brandon McCarthy.
You know, when he came back, it was right after the Clayton Kershaw injury, and some people thought maybe he was going to get one more rehab start or preparation start in the minor leagues before he came back, but a little bit of rush to the rescue when Clayton went down, and he's like, you know, I'm ready health-wise. It's just I don't know how far I can go, and so he's been building his endurance here at the big league level.
He had said during the offseason that his goal and his timetable was to make starts before the break. He even put a number on it and said he'd like to make 2 starts before the break, and wouldn't you know it, he did exactly 2 starts before the All-Star break. It's not often that a guy's rehab and recovery timetable goes exactly as he has in mind. Just ask Andre Ethier, who's continued to have his window pushed back from what he expected and was told during the initial review of the injury back during spring training, but especially the arm injuries. Those timetables so fickle. Lamb will take it to the bag and end the inning. Dodgers leave 2 men on, nursing a 1-0 lead as we march on to the bottom of the 6th. Casino Resort and Spa slow mo cam. Brandon McCarthy, 7 strikeouts over 5 shutout innings so far.
Even in slow motion, there is late break and sharp break. The fastballs. If that one was in, that last one was in slow mo, that was probably about 110 mile an hour fastball. That looked like in real time, even in slow mo.
So he pitches into the 6th for the first time. 5 shutout innings against the Rockies in his first start. 3 runs over 5 innings his last start. And he's needed to be just as good as he's been, with the Dodgers only scoring 1 against Archie Bradley through 6.
It's a different feeling when you're sitting on the bench knowing you're pitching tomorrow and you're watching your team get 13 runs. And you know the way the game ebbs and flows, that it might not happen tomorrow night. You might be dealing with a completely different situation, and that's what he's got. He's got a 1-0 nail biter.
He's got Ahmed, then Goslin, then Segura. Goslin on deck, ready to bat for Archie Bradley, which means this will be the 22nd consecutive game the Diamondbacks starting pitcher has failed down to the 7th. Ahmed pops a breaking ball up, helping McCarthy's case to get deeper into the game. Utley's there for the first out. 1 pitch, 1 out in the 6th.
Pitch hitting for Archie Bradley, number 15, Felix Goslin.
Zach Curtis getting loose in that Diamondbacks bullpen. Fifth worst bullpen in the majors this year. You know, that number we mentioned about the Diamondback starters having issues getting deep in games, that is the same problem the Dodgers have had for this stretch of a couple of months and really for much of the season. The difference, though, the reason the Dodgers are 12 games over and the Diamondbacks are 15 games under, is what happens once those starters leave early in the game.
Exactly. Diamondbacks bullpen 27th in ERA in the big leagues. The Dodgers #1. Archie Bradley right there has recorded something that hasn't happened for the Diamondbacks over the last 17 games. There's only been 1 other game where their opponent has not scored between the 4th and the 6th inning. And that's why this game is still close, because Archie Bradley has been able to shut the Dodgers down after giving up the 1 run in the 3rd.
You got some kind of obscure source there giving you that number.
Neighbors.
Fly ball to center. Tolles cruises under it. 2 up and 2 down.
When you share nuggets to your right, they share nuggets to your left.
Okay. Maybe the Diamondbacks television booth giving us the assist on that number.
Appropriately named the Joe Garagiola press box or press booth.
Top of the order, 3rd trip through for the Diamondbacks, Gene Segura. Brandon McCarthy has faced just 1 more than the minimum tonight. And he's at the knees with strike 1.
He's really competing, getting down the hill, not really accelerating into throwing the ball until after foot strike. Except on that one.
Yeah, good timing.
When you go to fire that lower half, you want to really make sure that you're connected to the ground so that stability gives you the accuracy and the power. Like that one right there, you could just see 1 heartbeat after foot strike is when you really want to go after it. Watch the foot land and then explode through.
Eight strikeouts for Brandon McCarthy over 6 shutout innings. And the Dodgers have needed every bit of it 1-0 on to the late innings in Arizona. Calendar, an off day after the series finale tomorrow, with the Dodgers getting into D.C. late Sunday night, early Monday morning. 3 games of the first place Washington Nationals, and then 3 with the St. Louis Cardinals at Busch Stadium over the weekend. Dave Roberts' team leads 1-0 as we go to the 7th. Justin Turner's RBI single in the 3rd, accounting for all the scoring. Here's Zach Curtis into the game for the Arizona bullpen, replacing Archie Bradley after his 6 solid innings of work. He gave up 6 hits and walked a couple, but was able to hold the Dodgers to just the 1 run. Top of the LA order. Utley's 1 for 3. Doubled and scored that only run back in the 3rd inning. Now, because of the injuries, with any first half of the season, you'll see a lineup shift around some, different pieces in and out. But the top 4 in the lineup has remained mostly the same, with Utley, Seager, Turner, Gonzalez. And it's helped give this lineup and this offense some personality. You've got the dichotomy at the top with a 37-year-old Chase Utley, followed by the 22-year-old and Corey Seager. Turner started to look like a 3-hitter again. Gonzalez hasn't hit for the power numbers, but has started to heat up average-wise. And then, like you like to talk about, the length that the lineup is given when guys like Kendrick and Puig and Grandal start to contribute.
Exactly. That length was being contributed by Jock Peterson, because he was hitting in the 230 range with power, and he might only get his 1 hit, but it was going to hurt the opponent. We've seen Howie toggle from 6 and 7 to up in the leadoff hole. We've seen him in the 2 hole a little bit. Not only has been flexible defensively in where he plays, playing more left field this year, but been flexible in where he hits in the lineup.
Curtis Utley with a 2-2 pitch. Popped up against the shift, so a long run for Ahmed.
Chase thought it was a foul ball into the stands. Was really concentrating on locking in on the left-on-left situation, and didn't leave the batter's box for a while until he realized, oh my gosh, that one's in fair territory. What he felt and what he saw, he thought that one was definitely a foul ball.
Seager doubled his last time, his second double of the series. Dodgers trying to get it going, leading just 1-0 here in the 7th. Tried to lay off and couldn't. Strike one. Main thing is that he got out of the way.
He hangs in so well against left-handers, and in doing that right there, a late reaction to the ball coming at him.
Back to Curtis. 2 up, 2 down. Don't miss the highly anticipated matchup coming up against Boston. They return to Dodger Stadium for the first time in a few years, Sunday, August 7th. First 40,000 fans in attendance get Dodger blue socks, courtesy of AM/PM. Go to Dodgers.com/promotions. Red Sox up near the top of the American League East. To crowded American League East near the top with Baltimore, Boston, Toronto. It's the division the Dodgers are playing in interleague this year. Turner's 1 for 2 with a walk and an RBI single. Brought in the only run back in the 3rd inning. What is it with Justin Turner against the Diamondbacks that he's either getting hit or having to dance out of the way half the time?
It's not only fastballs, it's breaking balls. He's just a magnet when it comes to a pitcher wearing a Diamondback uniform, and I don't think there's any purpose to it, but I know he's getting tired of it, and Dave Roberts is definitely getting tired of it.
It's been hit by 9 pitches total this year. It's the 6th most in the National League. At least 3 of those are against Arizona. Here's last night's. This is a hard fastball, hardest one that Edwin Escobar threw.
These at bats start to look like spring training at bats, where it's pitchers trying to make it to the big leagues. They have such bad control. Again, here in this at bat with Justin Turner, just wild pitches. Big league hitters can build a confidence in getting pitched inside at the big league level because the pitchers have such good command. They rarely lose balls that wild. 3 in this at bat.
But you see Curtis's reaction, and he's simply missing right now. Although Dave Roberts doesn't necessarily agree with that.
Well, Dave's giving him the green light, that's for sure. That's what the pounding of fist on top of fist was to Justin, and then a little bit of a bark out there towards the mound.
So I suppose Curtis shouting at himself could be trying to cover up scattering those feet. Dave Roberts seemed to think so with his reaction on 3 consecutive pitches that Turner had to move away from.
With 2 out, nobody on, and the hot hitter at the plate. It's a very comfortable time as a pitcher to send a message or reestablish the plate. What do you end up with if you end up hitting him man on first and 2 out with a left-hander on deck? That's why you see a manager like Dave Roberts get sensitive, because he's seen all these situations. He knows when it's comfortable for a pitcher to send a message.
Now the 3-2, and Turner takes ball 4. So he wins the war and keeps the inning alive for Adrian Gonzalez.
First baseman, Adrian Gonzalez.
Adrian 0 for 3 tonight, 1 for 8 in this series.
We'll be able to tell early on in this at bat if Adrian's comfortable. If he starts to give ground right away and go for the base hit to left, or if he opens up his swing with 2 outs here and tries to drive the ball.
Lines it to right. Look pretty darn comfy there. 2-out single for Gonzalez and 2 on for the Dodgers with Grandal coming up.
Yeah, the risk-reward quotient right here is I will take the risk, and I feel comfortable enough to open it up and tried to get the head out. Got a top spin line drive to right, but he was definitely not in a 2-strike approach at the beginning of that at bat.
Grandal will face a new pitcher. Chip Hale comes out of that third base dugout to take Curtis out of the game. Dodgers up 1-0. First and second, 2 gone in the 7th. Back to Phoenix in a moment. On Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop online at choosenissan.com. And by Children's Hospital Los Angeles. We treat kids better. A Phoenix lifer, Jake Barrett, went to high school in Mesa, went to college at Arizona State, and now he's with the Diamondbacks. The rookie making his 37th appearance.
And Chip Hale showing some confidence in him, even though he has given up 14 of 29 inherited runners in the National League. That is number 1.
Or number whatever.
Or number bottom.
Depending on how you look at it, yeah.
Well, the Dodgers are 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position tonight, so they're trying to change that number.
Flips Grandal around to the left side. And he takes ball 1. He's 0 for 2. He grounded out and struck out against Archie Bradley. Entered the game hitting .400 in July, 3rd in the National League. Sparked down by that 3-home run game at Dodger Stadium near the end of the first half. The 1-0. Ball 2. Two guys that played at college baseball powerhouses. Barrett from Arizona State, Grandal from Miami. 2 on, 2 out in the 7th, and a 2-0 pitch. Will come in a moment. Turner at second. And Gonzalez at first. Barrett having a hard time getting on the same page with Wellington Castillo, and a critical at bat here in a 1-run game in the 7th. (3-0). And Howie Kendrick due next.
Diamondback relievers have struggled to find the strike zone here in this inning. Justin Turner worked a walk after he got ahead 3-0. Adrian hopped on the first pitch, and now here another 3-0 count.
Thought it was ball 4, but get a chance to swing it.
Just low, just away, or just a strike. You be the judge.
I think they've fallen under the borderline acceptable when the umpires are reviewed. See if Grandal gets one to drive on this 3-1. Outside, and they're loaded for Howie Kendrick. Our top tier plays brought to you by Arco. They're Kendrick's 3 hits, his 3rd consecutive 3-hit performance. A single in the 2nd, a single in the 4th, and a double in the 6th.
This one scorched. The first one scorched, and the one in the middle very well placed, where he patently goes to right field.
Huge spot in this game, in a ballpark where the ball flies very well. You saw last night in a 13-7 game that even huge leads aren't totally comfortable. Kendrick trying to open up the narrowest of margins with Turner at 3rd, Gonzalez at 2nd, Grandal at 1st. Jake Barrett in a tough spot. Howie Kendrick attacks the first pitch, 96 with a fastball, and it's strike 1. So 3 consecutive 3-hit games for Kendrick. Only one time since the Dodgers moved to Los Angeles has a player gone 4 consecutive games with 3 hits. Well, the chance to try and make some history tomorrow. On 0-1, Kendrick shoots it down the right field line, foul. Kendrick wants time. Again, Barrett and Castillo having to recycle the signs, and now Castillo will go out there to talk with him.
Bases loaded. You're thinking, you know, do we want to just attack right here and not get to a count where we would risk a walk? Or do we want to take a pitch or 2 to try and set Howie up? He has been hot, and we probably want to try and fool him. We don't want to let him stay on the same page with us. Going no sign, so they can't relay anything.
Setting away for this 0-2. Kendrick swings and misses, strike 3. And Barrett's out of the bases loaded jam. The Dodgers 1 for 13 with men in scoring position tonight. After a 13-7 Dodger win in the opener of this series, it's 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the 7th, and Adam Liberatore replaces Brandon McCarthy, riding a Dodger record 24 consecutive scoreless appearance streak that goes back to late May, and entering the game with the best earned run average in the majors. 2, 3, and 4. Michael Bourn to lead it off. Strike one. So McCarthy leaves after 6 shutout innings, having thrown just 78 pitches.
And 55 of them were for strikes. And Brandon was actually really on his game, and I think that's just evidence that he is still coming back and building his endurance. It's not only pitch count, but how many times you're up and down and cold. Remember, there's really almost an extra inning on the hot and cold because of losing Dale Scott, the home plate umpire, to the shot to the mask. So he had a 12-minute delay there, which to his body, Brandon McCarthy, it might feel like he went 7 innings.
Grandal setting away for this 0-2 from Liberatore. And he makes quick work of Michael Bourn.
And that has been the key to Adam Liberatore's success, attacking the strike zone and then finishing people off quickly. A bit of a mistake if you say Bourn hits that ball because you saw where Grandal was setting up and then had to reach back for it. The velocity, though, and attacking, Bourn didn't expect that pitch.
And Earl, during this stretch where Liberatore has held hitters to 5 for 59 over the last month and a half, he's gone from being a left-handed specialist to being a guy that you trust against Paul Goldschmidt in a 1-run game in the 7th.
And that one pitch right there kind of is an example of it. Just a well-located fastball away right there, just dotted the corner.
Goldschmidt 16 home runs this year. Liberatore deals 0-1 and misses away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Goldschmidt 1 for 2 today, and with that 1 for 2, he's gotten his average back to 300 after the nightmarish first month and a half of the season. Staying away, 1-1. Missed over the plate and got away with it, 1-2.
To most hitters, this is a real good pitch, but to Paul Goldschmidt, it is definitely a mistake. Get away with those mistakes when you can throw all 3 of your pitches for strikes, and the hitters respect that because they don't have quite the aggression when they get the mistake.
Here's 1-2. Adam Liberatore, former Tampa Bay Ray farmhand. One of the very first moves Andrew Friedman made when he took over the Dodgers involved Liberatore. A 4-player deal in November of 2014. Coming inside for the first time on 2-2. And he gets him with a fastball. Liberatore strikes out Bourn, and now Goldschmidt 2 gone.
Throughout this sequence, they were living away, and they decided at the end to take a shot in. This pitch sets up the whole at bat to prove that you can hit that corner, and then it's about good misses. Don't miss over the middle of the plate. That one probably the worst pitch he made, but even these ones that get way away, they're good misses. And at the end, he misses as far as width, but gets the height right and gets it by him.
Not out of the woods yet. Now the National League leader in slugging in Jake Lamb. Just misses off of the inside corner, ball 1. Well, you feel more comfortable Liberatore against Lamb, a left-handed hitter. At this point, though, starting to feel comfortable no matter who's standing up there against this guy. One and one. So with the 2 strikeouts to start this inning, since May 20th. Opponents against Liberatore 5 for 60. Lamb has struggled against left-handed pitching this year. Softly on the ground into the shift. That's Justin Turner way over there in short right field to complete a 1-2-3 7th inning for Liberatore. On to the 8th in a 1-0 game. Dodger Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by BMW. See a Southern California BMW Center today for exceptional offers or visit SoCalBMW.com. And by Carl's Jr., the California Classic Double Cheeseburger for just $2.49 at Carl's Jr. Daniel Hudson comes in here in the 8th, trying to keep it a 1-0 game. Joe Davis, Orel Hershiser, Alana Rizzo back at Chase Field. 38th appearance of the season for a guy whose name has been brought up repeatedly lately among contenders, buyers as the trade deadline approaches. And Dave Stewart, the GM here in Arizona, said earlier today that he doesn't anticipate they're going to deal any of their starters, even though they're getting calls on them, but willing to move bullpen pieces, and that would include Daniel Hudson.
Yeah, the starters that are getting called on are Patrick Corbin and Robbie Ray, but he has no interest in trading them. But he has actually publicly said Daniel Hudson and Tyler Clippard are available.
Yasiel Puig leading off this 8th inning. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Hudson will be a free agent after this year, and Clippard is signed through 2017.
There's Tyler Clippard, first year here.
But with Brad Ziegler already dispensed, these guys are going to take over the closing duties. Haven't been many closing opportunities for the Diamondbacks lately, so they pitch when they're down by a run here late.
Hudson, a former starter and a tremendous story. The very rare case of having come back from not 1 but 2 Tommy John surgeries. His very first rehab outing following his first Tommy John surgery, blew the elbow out again down in Jacksonville, Florida, in a rehab game. He's detailed in Jeff Passan's new book, The Arm, which I highly recommend. I'm still reading it, but really important read if you're a baseball person. Dives into the evolution of the surgery, the history behind it, the differences here and in Japan and the way they look at the surgery. And just an overall look at what Jeff Passan calls the most valuable commodity in sports, that being pitchers' arms.
And there's so many misconceptions out there about the Tommy John surgery in particular with amateur athletes and amateur families. You know, that you throw harder when you come back, and that, you know, 99.9% of the people come back. And it's just not true. I mean, it is major reconstruction of taking the ligament from another part of your body and transplanting it into your elbow to stabilize the elbow again of the ligament that blew up there. And you don't always come back. And you don't throw harder.
Yeah, that's one of the myths. I'm not sure where it came from, but is out there. 3-2. Almost hits Puig, and he reaches to start this 8th.
What happens with the Tommy John surgery, in my mind, and there's research out there, that the rubber band starts to stretch a little bit in the elbow, and that pain and then the stiffness in the elbow decreases your velocity. Well, now finally the elbow blows up, the ligament gets put back in there, and you go through this reconstruction and rehab and strengthening, and so you are throwing maybe a little bit harder than when you got hurt because you were on the path towards surgery. But if you went back to when the ligament was healthy, you're probably going to regain velocity to there.
Tolles up there showing bunt, taking a ball, and out to the mound goes Castillo. So about a quarter of major league pitchers at this point are having Tommy John surgery. About 4 out of every 5 make it back, but that doesn't necessarily mean they make it back to the level that they were pitching before the surgery.
Yeah, so when your son is having trouble with his elbow and all of a sudden it's like, well, maybe he needs Tommy John and that'll be great. They all make it back. Let's get it done early. No, let's try and take care of the arms through pitch count and through rehab as far as weight training and icing after games and things like that. Let's not just rush to surgery and think, oh, that's going to make him better.
There was a recent exhaustive research piece that was done that revealed that the more you throw the fastball, the higher risk of Tommy John.
Yeah, it was attributed to early breaking balls in kids and that stress, but yeah, there's more stress in the flex of a fastball as you kind of wind the rubber band tight, which is at the elbow, than there is the effort behind that off-speed pitch and actually spinning or deflecting the baseball.
First Tommy John from Dr. Frank Jobe on Tommy John, 1974. He told the doctor, make something up, figure it out, find a way to get me back. Tommy John missed the 1975 season, but he came back, and the following year he finished second in Cy Young voting. Jobe knew he was onto something. Boy, was he ever. Tommy John went on to pitch another 2,500 innings until he was 46 years old and never missed a start because of arm problems after the Tommy John surgery.
The right doctor with the right patient, the right rehab.
Involves taking a tendon out of the wrist, remaking that elbow. If you can't find that tendon in the wrist, doctors have explored legs to find that tendon. It has to be the right size, the right stiffness. And in the case of Daniel Hudson, that first operation, something wasn't right about it, and had to have a second Tommy John with a recovery of more than a year. His 1-2 to Tolles is low, and the count evens up.
When the major league pitchers and all the professional pitchers are drafted now, the measurements are taken with goniometers of the range of motion of your shoulder and the range of motion of your elbow, so that if they ever have to put you back together, they know how tight to make the area of what your natural tightness is. So I had goniometer measurements on my shoulder and had to have my shoulder reconstructed, and when they were doing the surgery, when they went to put the bone anchors in, They had the exact measurements of when I was throwing at full capability of how tight they wanted to make me. And Pat Screener, the therapist, who had the seat of honor when Dr. Jobe put me back together, Dr. Jobe looked at him, and they had the goniometer on my shoulder, and he said, "What do you think about there?" And he goes, "Make him a little tighter because I can always loosen him up." Because that's the reason you're in there anyway, because it's too loose.
Right.
So they made me about 5 degrees tighter than I was in my natural motion, and Pat said I can always kind of stand on it in the stretching through the rehab. And Dr. Jobe said it would take 2 years to come back from the shoulder reconstruction, and I got back to the big leagues in 13 months.
Wow.
But the pain didn't go away for about 2 years.
Toles is up there to sacrifice initially, swinging away with 2 strikes.
Yeah, the rehab from Tommy John has been as short as 7 months and as long as 17, 18 months, and then some guys that have had to get it done twice. Brandon McCarthy again, a great example of that here tonight.
Puig off for first after the leadoff walk. There he goes, and Toles hits it foul. So you mentioned the one myth being that Tommy John makes you throw harder. There's another myth that throwing overhand is not a natural motion, and Jeff Passan dives into that in his book. He takes it all the way back to, we're talking like evolution and evolving into the
rocks at animals to eat.
Exactly. And that it was the ability of that shoulder joint to throw things at prey that allowed humanity to become what it has. Really incredible, tremendous read. The arm by Jeff Passan. Puig runs again. Toles fouls again. He said, though, that the arm, while it's built, sure, to throw a rock to kill your prey, it's built to do that once really hard, maybe once really far, but 100 times, and then 100 times, and then 100 times, and so on. That's where you run into the problems.
That, or you have a big family to feed.
That too, right. If you gotta kill a lot of prey. It
was the first form of birth control.
Oh, jeez. Puig again runs, and Toles putting together a really nice at-bat here in the 8th. Started this inning with a walk against Daniel Hudson. And Toles has continued to battle against Hudson after he was up there initially looking to sacrifice. He's fouled off several in a row and waits on another 3-2. Puig runs again. Toles takes strike 3. He's dead to rights. Strike him out, throw him out, 2 gone.
Borderline low strike to Toles. He had fouled off so many pitches and had a great at bat going. Castillo, a lot of times when a catcher comes up to throw a base runner that is running, the umpire gets blocked. Lance Barrett still called it a strike, and Yasiel was out by a few yards.
Now with the bases empty and 2 gone and a 1-run game in the 8th, we see a Dodger debut. Zach Walters getting ready to hit. He's called up earlier today. Acquired by the Dodgers from the Indians this April. And in limited big league time with Washington and with Cleveland, has a few really impressive numbers, especially the power numbers. And you see the overall line at AAA so far this season right around 300.
He has shown outstanding power and the development of an eye. He's always been a pretty sweet free swinger. And you talk about the versatility. He can play anywhere on the diamond. He's actually pitched in a minor league game. Switch hitter with pop. And it used to be gap to gap, but now it's more over the fence.
2 years ago in Cleveland, he hit 7 home runs in 30 games. So Walters with his Dodger debut against Daniel Hudson. And he rips it hard, but right at Goldschmidt. On to the bottom of the 8th in Arizona, still 1-0. Bulls are brought to you by your Southern California Chevy dealers. Kenta Maeda, sub-3 earned run average in his first half in the States against Robbie Ray, former Detroit Tiger. In the series finale, will the Dodgers be going for a sweep or will it be a rubber match? If Joe Blanton and presumably Kenley Jansen can have their way, the Dodgers will be up 2-0. Right now they lead 1-0. And the guy that possesses the lowest opponent's average in the majors enters the game.
With Adam Libator last inning and now Joe Blanton here, the Dodger bullpen really flexing their muscles with who they bring in. Statistically, these guys are on top of the world. And you just hope and pray that the workload doesn't get to them because they have been excellent.
Wellington Castillo taking ball 1 to begin this 8th. Tomas Drury to follow. Good thing with Blanton is that he's a former starter and has logged plenty more innings than this throughout his career. Last year he was a reliever for the very first time.
He does not shy away from work. He'll tell you, I can throw 4 days in a row. If you need me to throw 4 innings, even though the longest I've gone is about an inning and 2/3 or so in a while, don't worry, I'll be fine.
Good game going in Arizona. Here's a 1-1. And it spins outside. 2 balls and a strike. More than a decade in the majors for Blanton. All that as a starter before last season when he came out of retirement with the Royals. He finished the year with the Pirates. 2-2.
It's like a college football game in here.
That guy's terrifying, and I love it. So the count is full on Wellington Castillo, leading off this 8th inning in a 1-run game. Here comes Blanton. And there goes Castillo.
It's a little easier to get a group cheer going here tonight when you have 3 sections in the right field bleachers that are solid traveling Dodger fans. So the noise and the battle is not only at the plate, it's in the stands. Who can drown out who, and who will win the game?
Yasmani Tomas, who flied out to the wall his last time up. Smacks it to Utley. 2 up, 2 down. Now Joe Blanton, in 2014, after 2 starts at the AAA level in the Oakland system, 1 year after the worst year of his career when he was 2-14 and had an ERA above 6 with the Angels, he retired. I decided to come back, give it another try a year later. The Royals were happy that he did. The Pirates happier. The Dodgers happier yet.
Think about the names on the Dodger pitching staff that have kind of reached rock bottom and then come back. Scott Kazmir, Bud Norris, Joe Blanton, Brandon McCarthy.
Yeah.
I mean, these are guys that the timing of our front office in watching them come back and understanding them as people and as pitchers and pulling the trigger.
Casey Fiend.
Exactly.
Lewis Coleman to a lesser degree.
Well, he had the really good year in Kansas City and then got kind of overused, and that's kind of the rhythm of bullpen pieces sometimes, is that it's hard to have those back-to-back-to-back good years, because when you're having a good year, you get called on a lot.
3-0 on Brandon Drury.
And general managers and presidents of baseball operations will tell you that the Achilles heel of that position is assembling a bullpen, because guys a lot of times don't have repeat outstanding seasons.
Drury with a 3-0 green light, comes up empty on a slider.
That's one of the benefits now of having this 8, 9, and 10-man bullpen that the Diamondbacks have. Wow, there we go.
Get a little bummed if I was in the middle of that. Can't see. So Drury coaxes the walk against Blanton, and the Diamondbacks put the tying run on with 2 gone here in the 8th.
With these larger bullpens now, as far as numbers, if you can keep the workload back the way it was a few years ago and not have starters going 5 innings, you can kind of protect those high quality pieces and not overwork them year after year.
It's the first base runner for the Diamondbacks, by the way, since the 4th inning. They've brought just 2 more than the minimum to the plate today. Nick Ahmed 1 for 2.
A 1-0 game in the bottom of the 8th. Man on first, 2 outs. You're playing no doubles defense here. You want it to take 2 hits to score that guy from first, not just 1. So it's kind of like the 9th inning, but it's a 4-out 9th inning now.
One and 1. Giants have rallied in San Diego to tie it at 5 against the Padres. 6th inning in that game. A Dodger win coupled with a Giant loss would pull the Dodgers closer than 5 games for the first time since June 12th.
A Dodger win that will put us 13 games over 500. That would be high for the season. Again.
It would be a 5th consecutive win. It would be a 12th in the last 16.
I've been glancing up at that Giant game all night, and the Padres broke at 2-0, and then they went to 5-3. They were up, and now slightly depressed when you look up and see it's tied.
Will Myers should have a home run in the tank for the late innings, right?
Yeah.
Blanton trying to pitch around the 2-out walk. Dodgers up 1-0. Justin Turner's RBI single in the third, accounting for the scoring.
A 2-2, a big pitch. You don't want to give him a head start on the 3-2 count. That's why this is the action pitch, especially man on first, 2 out, 1-run game. You really are trying to get contact or an out right here and stay away from the 3-2 count, because then you get back into a situation where one hit can score the guy from first.
Base hit to left. And the tying run into scoring position for Arizona. And Ricky Weeks Jr. coming up to bat against Blanton.
Pinch hitter for Daniel Hudson, number 5, Ricky Weeks Jr.
Hitting out of the 9 spot. Grandal out to talk with Blanton about the approach against a guy that has had a nice career, more than a decade. Brewers, Mariners, now the Diamondbacks, as you see Kenley Jansen start to get ready. Two veterans of more than a decade with a tying run in scoring position and 2 gone in the 8th. Slider for strike 1.
Well located, walked him off the edge of the plate. This would have been a ball, but the aggressiveness of Weeks, Blanton feasting on.
Blanton has retired him in all 10 previous meetings. Chip Hill scoffing at that, sending him up. Although the options limited for this Diamondbacks team.
Joe pitching around that 2-out walk.
Which was followed by a single from Ahmed. A 1-1, and Weeks fouls it back, loses the bat, sending Segura down to his seat in the on-deck circle, and it's 1-2.
He really bit the dust. There are knockdown pitches, and I guess there are knockdown swings now.
Almost has an October feel to it. In the 8th inning of a 1-0 game here in mid-July. Weeks wants time. Grandal out to talk with Blanton.
The way the Diamondbacks are playing lately, the fans normally just sitting on their hands waiting to be entertained, but with the Dodger faithful in town, they have awakened the emotions of these Diamondback fans.
Blanton's 1-2. Bounced to short. Seager's got it. Let's go to the 9th.
this ball game. The Dodgers with a tight 1-0 lead. Brandon McCarthy has been tremendous. The guys will talk about it coming up next on Access Sportsnet Dodgers, brought to you by Nissan. John Hartung, Jerry Hairston Jr., Ned Coletti break this one down. I will hopefully be on the field with a walk-off interview, and then in the clubhouse talking to Dave Roberts and the rest of the guys, hopefully getting at least a series win in this one, guys.
All right, Alana, 1-0. Justin Turner's RBI single in the third. The only tally for the Dodgers on a day where they've had opportunities, but 1 for 13 with runners in scoring position. Here's Tyler Clippard.
Not a safe situation, but for the Diamondbacks in their situation, he's trying to save an opportunity for a comeback in the bottom of the ninth. Their best reliever now.
Top of the Dodger order, trying to get some insurance. Chase Utley looks at ball one. Former opponents in the National League East. Clippard with the Nationals. Utley with the Phillies for all those years. Diamondbacks, by the way, will have the top of the order due up. Segura, Bourne, Goldschmidt against Kenley Jansen. The 1-0, and Chase Utley takes ball two. High fly ball to right. Yasmani Tomas comes on. Segura goes out. Tomas makes the play. Follow the Dodgers live with the MLB.com app, bad app, and heck, follow the Giants too, because we're scoreboard watching at this point. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast news, and more. Download it. It's the #1 app for live baseball on your tablet and phone. Giants and Padres tied at 5 in the 7th. Dodgers ahead of the Diamondbacks 1-0 in the 9th. Corey Seager cues one to short. Nick Ahmed. The All-Star Kenley Jansen ready to go.
Had a strikeout in the All-Star game on just 3 pitches. Two out, nobody on for Justin Turner, swinging a hot bat and a powerful one. He'll be looking to open up his swing here and find some bleachers.
Which he's done 14 times this year, most recently last night. First one from Clippard. He's low and in, ball one. I guess technically last night he found the camera well, not bleachers. Over the batter's eye and straightaway center. Dodgers try to win their 5th in a row and send the Diamondbacks to their 6th consecutive defeat. Clippard pitches 1-0. Turner takes ball 2.
Clippard going with a couple different deliveries here, even though he's from the windup. He's got the kind of quick step where he doesn't take a full leg kick, kind of just rushes towards the hitter, and then sometimes throws a changeup, and then he's got the full leg kick also.
More traditional there.
Yep. And the one before that was more of a step back and then just come right at you and not lift the leg at all, just step towards home plate. Seeing more and more pitchers do that, varying their deliveries. So he's thrown a quick step change up, a full traditional delivery change up to back that up, and that was the traditional delivery fastball.
Nobody does it more than Johnny Cueto in San Francisco. 3-1. See if he gets one to drive. He shoots it to right. Tomas is there. And we're headed to the bottom of the 9th. Segura, Bourne, Goldschmidt against Jansen. Kenley Jansen on for the 41st time this season, looking for his 28th save, and will have to get it the hard way. Top of the Diamondbacks order, due up in a 1-0 game.
Adam Libator had to go through Goldschmidt a few innings ago. Now Kenley Jansen going through the heart of the order as Goldschmidt prepares to try and help his Diamondbacks, but Kenley on the mound trying to finish off this really good start to the second half for the Dodgers.
Lone run came in the third on a Justin Turner RBI single. Dodgers trying to win their third 1-0 game this year. The first two were Clayton Kershaw complete game shutouts. Did it against the Reds, did it against the Padres, both in May. Gene Segura to lead off the inning. Kenley Jansen misses in, ball one. Segura's 0 for 3 tonight. He's 1 for 8 in this series. His lone hit, a home run last night against Fiend. Line to short. Seager off a bounce, spins and throws for out number 1. $1 million superstar smile.
He's smiling because he read it two different ways, but still played it perfectly. He thought charge it, and then he's like, no, I better give some ground. It's hit hard enough. Even if I give ground, I'll have time. Backs up a half a step, clanks it a little bit, but zips it over to first.
He's got the arm to make up for any little inefficiency. Michael Bourne. Ball one. Bourne 0 for 3 in this game. Paul Goldschmidt due next. It goes without saying, Jansen would prefer to face him with the bases empty, where he could hit it a mile, and the Dodgers would still have a chance in extra innings. The All-Star to Curacao. Shakes off a couple of signs from Grandal. Now the 1-1. Strike two.
Going for the upper part of the strike zone, missed the width. Lance Barrett says, but got the top.
His 1-2 to Bourne. All-time leader in saves for the Dodgers, past Eric Gagne earlier this season. And his 7th major league season, his 5th with time as the Dodger closer. Moved into that role in May of 2012 and has held on to it. His 2-2. Upstairs, full count on Bourne.
You mentioned you'd rather face Goldschmidt with nobody on base, but even that at bat changes because of how good Jake Lamb has been. The guy behind him has more home runs and more RBIs than Paul.
Worth noting too that Michael Bourne, while he's not as fast as he used to be, still can run. Jansen delivers the payoff. Base hit to right. Diamondbacks have the tying run on. They have the winning run at the plate in the form of the All-Star Goldschmidt. Well, if you haven't already, it's time to fasten those seat belts and soak this in. One and 0 on Goldschmidt. Top hitter in the majors since mid-May. After a first month and a half of the season that was his worst as a major leaguer. He's rebounded to raise that average around 300, to be named an all-star for the 4th consecutive season. And bats here in a 1-0 game with a man at first and one gone in the 9th. Popped up. Justin Turner steps under it. 2 gone. Got away with one.
Scouting reports are overall, and then they're short term on who's hot and who's not. Goldschmidt was hot, but Kenley gets away with a mistake. And Paul grimaces, knowing he'd missed it.
You mentioned the dynamic changing by getting the base runner on in front of Goldschmidt, not just because this one swing could end it, but because it potentially gets Jake Lamb to the plate. While he's 0 for 7 against Jansen in his career, he's the National League's leader in slugging. Ball 1.
The strike zone is below Lamb's hands, but ultimately you'd like to get ahead and then throw the ball at his hand height or slightly above, like Kenley tried to finish Bourne. Bourne did a good job laying off the pitches going up the ladder and got him to bring it down and got the base hit. Yasmani and Kenley are going to probably try and get him out, up and in, and having to go there now with a 1-ball count.
Try to use that patented cutter in on the hands of the left-handed hitter. A 13-7 win last night, a 1-0 lead tonight, and Kenley Jansen 1 out away. Bourne runs. It's a strike. Grandal without a throw, and a late cover of third with the shift on by Corey Seager. So the tying run moves into scoring position.
Bourne runs. Adrian Gonzalez just told Kenley about what he wanted to do as far as holding the runner, and 3-4 Dodgers running to make sure third base is occupied.
So now a base hit likely ties this game. They keep the overshift on the left-handed hitter, with the third baseman Turner playing in short right between Utley and Gonzalez. Jansen's 1-1. We'll come after a look at second.
Dodger defense right here playing no doubles, because with 2 out and a man on second, you're off at the crack of the bat. You're probably not going to throw Bourne out with his speed, so you got to keep the batter runner from getting to second base.
2-1.
First base is open. Powerful hitter, RBI guy at the plate. Castillo, a right-hander on deck. So you can pitch him carefully. The only risk is putting the go-ahead run, winning run at first base.
Jansen ready for 2-1 to Jake Lamb. Strike two. Brandon McCarthy, 6 innings tonight. Then it was Liberatore. Then it was Blanton. Now it's Jansen, 1 strike away. Line to left center. Over moves Kendrick. Over his head, and this game is tied.
'27 out of 30 saves for Kenley Jansen. This one is going to make it 27 out of 31. Has missed his locations tonight but gotten away with it, but Jake Lamb doesn't let him get away with that one. And now you got to get the next guy out, lick your wounds with a tie game, and make sure there's a 10th inning.
It's Castillo with Tomas on deck and first base open. They will put Castillo on and take their chances with Yasmani Tomas. First blown save for Kenley Jansen since June 11th in San Francisco. Dodgers have won 8 of their last 9 one-run games, largely because the bullpen has been so good. The Diamondbacks able to get to Jansen with a 1-out single from Bourne, and then down to their final strike, an opposite field double from an emerging star in Jake Lamb.
Time and chances tells us that it probably wasn't going to be a 1-0 game here in Chase Field. The last 1-0 game in Chase Field was not even last year. September 28th of 2014 was the last time there was a 1-0 game in this stadium.
Just about as rare as a 1-0 game at Coors Field. This park doesn't play a whole lot differently than a place that is notorious for playing like a shoebox. Winning run at second for the Diamondbacks. Jansen now trying to get the game into extras. Tomas swings through it, strike one. He's 0 for 3 tonight. He's 1 for 17 against the Dodgers this year.
Kenley falls behind. He has to bring the cutter down in a place where the hitters get a better look at it. When he gets ahead like this, he can climb the ladder. Tomas already proving that he'll swing at the high hard one. I think you just walk him right up that ladder.
That wasn't exactly up the ladder.
Well, he came down to check a little bit there, I guess, for I don't know what. Take 2 shots about shoulder height right here and hope he swings at one of them. I think the best he does is pop it up.
A 23-pitch ninth inning for Kenley Jansen, and an 0-2. Got him swinging with that elevated fastball. But the Diamondbacks tie the game on a 2-out double from Jake Lamb and send us into extras. Double with the Diamondbacks down to their final strike, scoring Michael Bourn from second. 10th extra innings game for Los Angeles this season. They're 5-4. Diamondbacks 2-5 in their 7 extra innings contests. Tyler Clippard remains in the game, and if this has become a battle of the bullpens, the advantage would appear to be with the Dodgers. Middle third of the LA order here: Gonzalez, Grandal, and Kendrick.
The Diamondbacks got us outnumbered as far as bullpen. They got 10 down in theirs.
Yeah, it's true.
But I think quality, you are so right as far as the Dodger bullpen.
Still 5-5 in San Diego. Giants and Padres. This game now 1-1 in the 10th. Single run for the Dodgers in the 3rd. Single run for the Diamondbacks in the 9th. Goldschmidt's got it off a bounce. Clippard steps on the bag. Gonzalez the first out.
Something about losing an umpire in extra innings.
Oh yeah, great point.
Last time we lost the umpire, we went 17.
Oh my goodness, don't say that. It was David Rackley back in May in San Diego.
And the replacement umpire for Rackley actually umped a lot further, because his injury wasn't until like the 7th or so. And then we go 17.
Today, Dale Scott, home plate umpire, took a foul tip off the mask on the 2nd pitch of the bottom of the 1st inning and left, and was replaced by Lance Barrett. Grandal takes a big breaking ball for a strike. Dodgers have had their chances in this game. They're 1 for 13 with runners in scoring position. Popped up. Long run for Drury. Ahmed calls him off. Pedro Baez loosening for the Dodgers. Diamondbacks have the bottom third of the order due up in the bottom of this inning. Kendrick with his 3rd consecutive 3-hit game. Although his last time up, struck out with the bases loaded to finish the 7th. Second time in Howie's career that he's had 3 consecutive 3-hit performances. Last did it with the Angels in late 2014. A smash to center and a 4th hit for Howie Kendrick. A juggling center from Bourne. Kendrick thought about advancing and then held on. Man, he is locked in.
He sure is. 4 hits tonight. Got to believe the exit velocity is about 400 miles an hour total.
Puig is 0 for 3. They ruled his last trip up a hit by pitch. Either that or ball 4 and just barely nicked him. Has the ability to put the Dodgers in front with 1 swing. 7 home runs this year.
The way he was swinging it in BP, he definitely got plenty of the distance and plenty of the swing right now. He was killing the ball. Just hasn't been able to duplicate that here yet in the game.
Clippard in his 2nd inning of work. Brings a 1-0. Fouled back. Puig upset with himself. Had a pitch to hit. And fouled it. 1-1.
Or our pal Nomar will say that he got a little long and the barrel drops a little bit. And so what your eyes see and what your swing is executing, you miss it underneath it. Punishing himself by hitting himself with the bat.
Kendrick the runner at first after the 2-out single, and Clippard twice steps off, sending Howie back to the bag and bringing Castillo out to the mound. Series finales tomorrow at 1:05. Make that 1:10. Kenta Maeda for the Dodgers, Robbie Ray for the Diamondbacks. And an off day Monday as the team travels to Washington to take on the Nationals for 3. Finish that series with a day game Thursday. They'll travel Thursday night for 3 with St. Louis starting on Friday. Now Clippard's ready. And his 1-1 to Yasiel Puig.
I know it was a swing and a miss, but that was a much better swing by Yasiel. Just an outstanding late movement pitch from Clippard. Stays short, stays quick to the ball, didn't overswing, just missed it.
Fisted in the air on the right side of the infield for Goldschmidt to bring this top of the 10th to a close. Bottom third of the Diamondbacks order coming up in a 1-1 game. scoreless inning in last night's game. He's on. The Dodgers need him to throw a scoreless inning here to get it to the 11th. This is his 42nd appearance of the season. 3.12 earned run average. That opponent's average pretty impressive, below 170.
Pedro doing a better job following along with the catchers instead of standing out there and shaking through signs that he wasn't confident in, and gaining more confidence in throwing his off-speed pitches so the league can't just sit on the fastball. And when he pulls the trigger on those pitches quicker, they're actually more off speed to the hitter because it's in relation to the time of the last fastball. And now here comes the breaking ball compared to standing out there shake, 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 and maybe finally getting convinced to throw the breaking ball or repeating the fastball, and you better hit your spot when you're only one speed. So really starting to progress as a pitcher.
Better hit your spot against this guy. Brandon Drury's a dangerous hitter. One of the top rookies in the National League this year. Grandal sets inside for the first one, and Drury takes it for a ball. Diamondbacks forced extra innings with a 2-out, 2-strike RBI double from Jake Lamb in the 9th against Kenley Jansen. His first blown save since June 11th in San Francisco, which also happens to be the last weekend the Dodgers were within 5 games of the Giants in the division. Started tonight's action 5.5 back. Giants and Padres are tied in the 7th inning in San Diego. Strike one on Drury.
With the quick turnaround, the day game tomorrow after this night game, and now this one stretching into the evening, you want to keep your relievers down to as low a pitch count and as low an inning count as possible so they'll be available tomorrow.
Drury leading off the 10th. One for 16 against the Dodgers this year. He's had to play left field this season for the first time in his pro career because of all the injuries they've had. Won a spot in the roster as an infielder, but we've seen the majority of his time in left. Tied at 1 in the 10th. Baez to Drury with a 1-2. Been a great crowd tonight in here. Split pretty evenly down the middle. Off of the hands and foul, do it again. 38,899 the official attendance. Probably not quite half Dodger fans, but a good chunk of blue out there tonight.
A little less in number, but they're competing as far as volume is concerned.
Much of the Diamondbacks' volume has been trying to drown out the Dodger cheers. Baez ready for a 2-2, and Drury swings through a fastball at 98 that time. One gone.
Yasmani's target low and away, but this ball rides. This reminds me a little bit of Brandon McCarthy's fastball that he was throwing earlier today. Brandon had more depth as far as making the ball go down, but that ball had great late run from Pedro Baez.
So now it's Ahmed. A rare multi-hit night for him. Guy that by some measures is the worst hitter in the majors among everyday position players. Stays in the lineup because of his D. Strike one. And it is tremendous, that defense from Nick Ahmed.
The sarcastic thing on the bench to say to him is, don't lose your glove.
People put him in the same category as Andrelton Simmons, Danny Echeverria.
We've seen light hitting shortstops over the years turn into all of a sudden strong hitters. Ozzie Smith did it. Omar Vizquel did it.
Grandal sets inside. Baez misses up, 2-1. Chris Herman would bat next. Out of the pitcher's spot. Herman tweaked his hamstring last night, and they were considering a disabled list stint for him. At the very least, they gave him a day out of the starting lineup so he didn't have to run around in left, which was where he tweaked it last night. 2-1. Strike two. Again, popping the gun, popping the mid at 98.
98 and stretch that outside corner.
Hit hard, but Chase Utley in the perfect spot. So two retired in the 10th inning. And Chris Herman makes his way to the plate to face off with Baez, who's looked pretty darn good so far in this series.
Sure has.
Dodgers have 8-9-1 due up if this game gets to the 11th. That's Tolles and then the pitcher's spot and Chase Utley. Herman having a career year, former Minnesota Twin. Was a career 180 hitter prior to this season in spot duty with the Twins. Now in his first year in Arizona, hitting .292. First one from Baez. Now Herman is combined with Castillo to make it so that the Diamondbacks catchers have hit more home runs than any team's catchers in the majors.
A base hit and a line out yesterday. Surprised Justin Turner down there at third.
Nice pitch, 1-1.
He wasn't thinking about Oppo right there. He was lifting and separating. Off speed pitch gets him way out in front.
Baez trying to work his second 1-2-3 inning in as many nights to open the second half. Is 1-1 to Herman. 97 on the black, strike two.
Lance Barrett has had a few pitches from Baez that have sounded like strikes. I'm not sure that corner is that big, but we've gotten the benefit of the call.
So when I say black, it means the shadow of the plate.
There actually is no black on the plate, but it has become a saying.
Vernacular.
Yeah.
Got him. 1, 2, 3. Go the Diamondbacks. Pedro Baez, electric stuff here in the 10th inning. On to the 11th in Phoenix. 11th inning. Dodgers got their lone run in the 3rd. Diamondbacks tied it in the 9th against Jansen. And a 1-2-3 bottom of the 10th for Baez gets it to the 11th. And Chip Hill calls on Enrique Burgos for his 12th big league outing this year. The ERA is not pretty, but that's standard fare for this D-backs bullpen.
When you see an ERA of 5.25, that means he's given up about a half a run an inning or more, really. And gives the Dodger offense a pretty good shot from his history so far this year to push one across.
So it'll be Tolles, and then Van Slyke has grabbed the bat and stepped into the on-deck circle. And then back to the top, and Chase Utley. Strike one. Fastball cutting in there at 90.
Both the Dodger bench and the Diamondback bench with only 4 players on them. Diamondbacks also have 10 relievers. That's because they have a few off days and only have 4 starters.
See if the Dodgers can get Tolles' speed aboard to start this inning. On 1-1. Pops it up. Michael Bourn in center for the first out. Enrique Burgos, who grew up in Panama, played soccer as a kid, but in his early years he was watching Mariano Rivera blossom and became a baseball fan as a result. Set his sights on playing in the majors one day and was signed when he was 16 by the Diamondbacks back in 2007. Made his major league debut last year with 30 games out of the bullpen. So here is Van Slyke. His 1 home run this year came in this ballpark back in June. He looks at strike one. With a couple of hits last night for Van Slyke, his average at its highest mark that it's been at since his 2nd game of the year.
Started in center field, got one of those hits off of a righty.
That ball's lined to left, and a pinch hit single for Scott Van Slyke. Been nice to see him swinging it the way he has to open this 2nd half.
Short, compact swing from the big, tall, lanky fella. And this is a little cutter away that he stays on real well. And Spanks out there, they're playing no doubles in the outfield, and that gave him a single on this one. Stays on that little breaking ball right there.
And turns it around to the top of the order for Chase Utley. Doubled in the 3rd, scored the Dodgers' only run.
Chase had a long fly ball right down the right field line earlier in the game that just went foul. Like to see another one of those, but have it stay fair.
Staying away on the first one. Van Slyke wandered too far off of the bag and then somehow got back in. He was close to halfway to second before reversing course.
Stealing, but understood he got a bad jump, so threw the brakes on right there, and now he's in no man's land. But no, the ball beats him, but the tag looks like it misses him. I think those long arms might have got the fingers in there just in time. Take a look here. Ooh. New York's going to get a look at that one.
So Chip Hill recommends they take a look, and they do. And judging by that last shot, there's a good chance that Van Slyke's going to be out. That didn't take long. The reaction comes now because everybody's fixated on the video board, and they showed the replay just now. It's kind of an odd timing on the reaction because you saw umpire Dan Iasonia pump the fist well before the reaction of the crowd. So they get Van Slyke on the bases, and they're empty with 2 gone for Utley, who waits on this 1-0.
It's not a caught stealing, but it might as well be. A pickoff, 2-3. That's an aborted launch down there as far as trying to steal the bag and get back.
Top of the order for the Diamondbacks, due up in the 11th, just like they had in the 9th when they tied it against Jansen. Strike 3. Dodgers get a pinch hit, base hit from Van Slyke, but he's wiped off of the bases onto the bottom of the 11th. And the big bats coming up for Arizona. Diamondbacks order in a 1-1 game in the 11th with Orel Hershiser and Alana Rizzo. Joe Davis back at Chase Field. Single run for the Dodgers in the 3rd. Single run for the Diamondbacks in the 9th. Only in baseball you're going to see a 13-7 game, and the personality that game had last night, and 24 hours later, this.
Lewis Coleman on the mound. You have to remember that we've just come back from the All-Star break. So the last time he's been on the mound was on the 8th of this month. So he's got to knock off a little rust, and that wasn't the best of outings for him, even though he's had a really good year for the Dodgers. That was an inning against San Diego, 4 hits, 3 runs, a home run. So that's a distant memory to him, but it's also something that he's got to respond to and get after Segura.
Who leads this inning off in front of Bourne and then Goldschmidt. And then the 9th inning hero, Lamb. Starts him with that slider, dips in there for a strike. Now the first-year Diamondback Segura, who's having a career year for Arizona. I think rides in on his hands, fouled off, 0-2. He was an all-star in Milwaukee in 2013, was Segura. But from the break in 13 through the end of last season, he had the lowest OPS, on base percentage, combined with slugging, in the majors. The 0-2 somehow gets a piece to stay alive. Went through quite a bit off the field though. 2014, turned down a long-term contract offer and then struggled after that. No doubt felt the disappointment of that, the regret of not signing the contract. That was put into perspective in a hurry though. His 9-month-old son passed away suddenly. Only a few months after that 2014 season started. Same season that he got hit in the face in the dugout by Ryan Braun while Braun was swinging that bat around. Segura stepped into the wrong place and got hit by the bat, knocked him out for a while. The year from hell, 2014 for Jean Segura. 2 years later, a key piece for the Diamondbacks. After an offseason that saw him overhaul his swing back in the Dominican Republic. Pops it up. Gonzalez is there for the first out of the 11th. Sure would be great if Coleman could get through the top of the order, because the Dodgers have Seager and Turner and Gonzalez looming if they gets to the 12th.
Yeah, they have to earn that opportunity right here, going through the heart of this part of the order. The guys that actually tacked on that tying run in the 9th.
Here's Michael Bourn, who scored the lone Arizona run. Singled after a really nice at-bat against Kenley Jansen in the 9th. Stole second and scored on Lamb's double. Strike one.
Lewis Coleman looks rested. Some really good pop coming out of his arm. The slider spin right now is very tight, and the fastball seems to really be jumping out of his hand.
A side winding delivery. He's had different deliveries he's toyed with throughout his career. Really started the tinkering while he was at LSU, part of that traditional power program. Went from over the top to sidearm to submarine, and then decided he wanted to raise it up again and develop this current release point about a decade ago. Turned 30 years old on opening day. First opening day roster, despite being big part of the Royals the last couple of seasons, at least prior to 2015 when he spent most of the year in AAA. He gets Bourn. That thing fades away from him for strike three. 2 gone.
Advantages and disadvantages to all the different arm angles. Usually the lower you drop down, the more movement you can get. Sometimes that movement can get flat, but Lewis Coleman finds a way right there to get some depth to that pitch right there by having very good hand discipline with the low arm angle.
And now you hold your breath. Paul Goldschmidt, who is 1 for 4. Jansen got him to pop up on a mistake. You don't figure you're going to have too many nights where Paul Goldschmidt will miss 2 mistakes with a game on the line. Moral of the story, be careful, Lewis Coleman.
Has convinced him, I think, here with the first 2 pitches that he will attack with the fastball. I would expect maybe try and walk him off with a slider right here.
Nice pitch, and it was a slider, 1-2.
Couple ways to pitch. Convince him what's coming and throw it and put it in a hard place to hit, or convince him what's coming and throw the opposite and try and fool him. The first, you get a swing and hopefully weak contact. The second theory, you're trying to just lock him up and have him take.
Lewis Coleman with a 1-2-3 11th right through the top of the D-backs order. On to the 12th, it'll be Seager, Turner, Gonzalez, with the Dodgers trying to pull out an extra innings win to get their 5th W in a row. Second inning of work. This is the 6th time this year the Dodgers have played past the 4-hour mark. 2 of those 6 games have happened where the home plate umpire has left the game with an injury. Corey Seager taking ball 1. Happened in the 17-inning game in San Diego. Hopefully that's not an indication that we've got 5 innings left here, because it happened tonight. The second pitch of the bottom of the 1st, Dale Scott took a foul tip off the mask. Big bouncer up the middle into center for a leadoff single from Seager.
As Dave Roberts has told us, the best player starts it off with a squeaker up the middle. His second hit of the night, the other a double back in the 5th. That one just finds a hole. So many hitters nowadays are trying to hit the ball in the air more and more because these shifts are getting so accurate and frustrating to hitters.
So now Turner, who's developed a reputation for coming up with clutch hits throughout his career. Go ahead, run aboard to start the 12th, and Justin Turner takes one that gets all the way to the backstop. Go ahead, run it in scoring position with nobody out.
When Burgess came into the game, we read his stat sheet, 5.25 ERA. Wild pitches can be earned runs, and that puts the runner into scoring position. And Seager, and now Justin Turner really concentrating on the right side of the diamond to move Corey to third.
Dodgers, after a really nice night last night in these situations, miserable. 1 for 13. But Turner's the guy that has the one hit, knocking in Chase Utley way back in the third. Mike Butcher out for a visit.
The conversation on the mound right here is really about Adrian Gonzalez. Do we want first and second, no out, face Adrian knowing he won't bunt, then take away the opportunity for Justin Turner to move Corey Seager to third with just a routine out? I would think Butcher told him, you know, pitch Turner carefully, because both situations are equally dangerous and we got a chance to get out of both. If Turner standing on first and it's first and second, compared to Seager being on third and one out.
Over the last 2 seasons, you combine 2014 with 2015. Justin Turner tied with Buster Posey for the #1 batting average in the National League. And if you toss out the first 2 months of this season, he's still up at the top of the best hitters in the entire NL. Been more himself the last month. Over the plate, taken for a strike. His emergence has corresponded with the Dodgers' run, 19-8 since the early part of June. That's the best record in the National League.
The unexpected production yesterday from Chris Taylor with his 6 RBI game, but this core is going to be the reason they catch the Giants.
Hard hit, and Ahmed Seager's running himself into an out.
A rare, flagrant mistake from Corey Seager. Ball hit in front of you, you've got to make sure it's going to go through, even if you only get to third by reading it. But that ball right to Ahmed, and he is just hung out to dry. Van Slyke at a pinch hit single last inning, got picked off trying to steal, and now an error from Corey right there.
It's almost shocking when he makes a play like that. So Turner at first, one gone. Here's Gonzalez. They leave the entire left side of the infield open for him.
Yeah, the gift of the wild pitch from the mound, and then that gets erased with a base running blunder. Diamondbacks loaded up on the right for Adrian, so even with a man on first, not a real big hole over there with Goldschmidt having to hold Turner. Adrian might decide to take that shot to left field.
The last time Kenley Jansen blew a save, Adrian Gonzalez hit a home run to put the Dodgers in front in extra innings. But the Giants were able to rally in the bottom of that inning, beating Jansen back on June 11. Burgos with an 0-1, and Gonzalez looks at strike 2. Ten hits for the Dodgers, just 1 run to show for it. Turner at first with 1 away. Burgos delivering an 0-2. Both sides have used 5 relievers tonight. Clipper with a couple of innings. Burgos with his 2nd inning of work. Turner a good lead. Gonzalez laid in a fastball at 97, 2 gone.
That had some hair on it right there to get it by Adrian.
Grandal hitless tonight, but has a pair of walks. Grandal out of Miami. 12th overall pick back in 2010 of the Cincinnati Reds. I think a lot of people remember the part of Grandal's career where he came over from the Padres, but he started out with Cincinnati. He was traded to the Padres in a big deal. Matt Latos when he was a star. Edinson Volquez, Yonder Alonso, Brad Boxberger, and Yasmani Grandal all to San Diego for Matt Latos to get him to Cincinnati. And then over to the Dodgers in the Matt Kemp deal prior to last season. Nice catch by Goldschmidt on an airmailed pickoff throw from Burgos.
Almost his second wild pitch of the inning. Interesting count here with Yasmani. He can open up his swings, 2 out, man on first, but also you don't mind seeing a 3-0 count and a possible walk to a guy with 4 hits tonight on deck.
A long pause in time.
Burgos knowing I really need to throw a strike and get back in this count. I don't want to just give in, but I surely don't want to walk Grandal and get Kendrick to the plate in this inning. How are we seeing beach balls tonight come from pitchers?
There's ball 3.
So you're saying we have a chance?
And there's a chance. Turner's at first, 2 gone here in the 12th inning. And a 3-0 to Yasmani Grandal. Ball 4, and Kendrick will get a shot at it.
The 2-0 count put Burgos back in a box. And now to get out of that box, you got to face HK 47. Who has been hitting bullets all over this yard.
He's 4 for 5 tonight. He has 1 5-hit game in his career. It was 6 years ago against the Rays while he was in an Angels uniform. Guy that's been hitting his entire life. We talked about him growing up in Jacksonville, Florida, in a small town. Used to take the broomstick out in the yard with his sisters, and they'd throw burrs off of his grandma's tree at him. These tiny marble-sized burrs, and could never get him out. Big league pitchers have been trying to figure out how to get him out on a consistent basis for a long time, and nobody's really been able to figure it out. He's always hit somewhere between 285 and 300. Literally with 0 exceptions. Never above 297. Never below 285. In 10 major league years. Burgos 1-0, and Kendrick looks at strike 1.
Burgos showing 96, 97 mile, pretty straight fastball, and also that cutter slash slider. Hasn't really shown that he can throw a strike inside to a righty.
Nearly gets by Castillo, plucks it on ball 2. Dodgers have already left 12 men on base. They are 1 for 14 with men in scoring position and find themselves in another one of those situations here. Corey Seager started the inning with a single, advanced to second on a wild pitch, and ran into an out between second and third on a fielder's choice from Turner. Three and one on Kendrick. Puig due next. The Giants, by the way, have scored in the top of the 10th in San Diego, 6-5 San Francisco. Your move, Howie Kendrick and the Dodgers. Here's a 3-1, and Kendrick takes ball 4 to load him up. And the game put on the shoulders of Puig. Here comes Chip Hale to take Burgos out. So back-to-back walks, and Rendell Delgado comes in with the bases loaded, and Yasiel Puig due up in a tie game. Into a bases loaded situation. Gave up a run in last night's game, and here he is to face Puig.
First batters that he faces are hitting 188.
Puig tonight is 0 for 4. Can erase the memory of that with a base hit here. Had the game-winning base hit in the 17-inning game against San Diego earlier this year. And he takes ball 1. Called by Lance Barrett, who's behind the plate. You want further symmetry from that 17-inning San Diego game? There was a change in home plate umpires mid-game in that one too. Lance Barrett took over for Dale Scott in the first inning and has called a good game back there. Puig pops it up. Will it reach the seats? Goldschmidt over and out of room.
Back-to-back breaking balls from Delgado. Yasiel being aggressive, reading strike, took the first one. That one right there probably would have been a ball also. That base running blunder by Corey Seager really looms large here with bases loaded, 2 out. Burgos was going to hand us a run sooner or later in this inning.
With the bases loaded, a 1-1, and Puig takes ball 2 just off of the inside.
Lance Barrett calls this borderline pitch a ball.
Dodgers only with one hit in this inning. Fielder's choice and a pair of walks have loaded the bases. Delgado's 2-1. That's inside, and it's 3-1 on Puig. Nowhere to put him in a tie game in the 12th.
Got to put your strike zone right now in your sweet spot in a thimble if you're Yasiel Puig. Worst it comes to is 3-2 runners running, and a base hit gets you more than just one run. It gets you an insurance run.
Chopped to second for Segura. And the Dodgers leave the bases loaded. Puig letting the frustration boil. On to the bottom of the 12th in Phoenix. Bullpens getting emptied this evening as we play late into the night. 21st appearance in a Dodger uniform, came over from the Twins. And the one issue for him has been the long ball. He'll face Jake Lamb to start this inning, and it's Jake Lamb's fault that this game is still going. With the Diamondbacks down to their final strike against Kenley Jansen in the 9th. He doubled off of the wall and left to bring home Bourne. Tie the game at 1.
Kenley's ball was cutting when down, but he was leaving off some pitches there and missing his spots, and Lamb made him pay.
Lamb with 20 home runs to lead the club. Castillo and Tomas to follow. Ofina's allowed 21 runs total this season, 12 home runs. So when he keeps it in the yard, he is really tough to get anything against. Ball 1 on Lamb. Quickly 2-0. And the longer you get into this game, more important it becomes to win it. That 17-inning win for the Dodgers against San Diego sparked a 4-game winning streak. Went on a stretch where they won 12 of 18. Can be cliche to say that winning a game like this can spark you forward, but especially when you're in a division race, as the Dodgers are. I think it's probably not as much to win the game as it is to not lose a game like this.
Those last games in September, if it's a 1 or a 2-game race.
A missile down the line. That's trouble. That is big time trouble. Lamb starts the 12th with a triple.
Cutter stayed right there. Just a really good piece of hitting, trying to get in on his hands, and he's quick with the hips and the hands to get the head out and hit this down in the corner. Yasiel Puig's arm even can't hold him to a double.
National League leading 8th triple of the season puts the winning run 90 feet away for Arizona. Infield has to come in for the Dodgers. Outfield as well. They'll put Castillo on.
I might think about walking the bases low to get the force at home. Short benches on both sides, not only because of the extra innings, but because players have been used starting only with 4. Not a lot of matchups on the offensive side for either manager.
So they put Castillo on, and let's see if they do the same with Tomas. On a night where the Dodgers have gone 1 for 15 with runners in scoring position and stranded 15. You never figured that you'd be staring this down. But with nobody out in the 12th and a tie game, Diamondbacks at the corners, and it will be Diamondbacks at all 3 bags to set up the force everywhere. What do you think?
It's the way I would play it. Get to the bottom of the order that doesn't have any pinch hitters really on the bench. Get the force out at home. The same exact ground ball that you get with bases loaded or with a man on third. You got to go from a tag play to a force play. That's what you want. And you got a chance to go infielder or pitcher to catcher to first base and get a double play, and then you're 1 batter from getting out of the inning.
So the triple from Lamb, they walk Castillo, they walk Tomas. And not only did they set up the force everywhere, but they're going to get to do it against the bottom part of the order. And they're going to bring the extra infielder in. In from left comes Howie Kendrick to give Dave Roberts a 5-man infield. That boy ran his infielder glove out to him. Somebody asked Howie Kendrick the other day, are you an outfielder now? And he said, I'm always an infielder. I just happen to be playing left lately. And here he is back home. They put him right in the middle of the infield, between the shortstop Seager and the second baseman Utley. Brandon Drury, the 7-hitter. Strike 1. Oral, in the first 2 games of the season, the Diamondbacks went 4 for 9 with the bases loaded. Since then, this is staggering, 3 for their last 42 with the bases loaded.
Let's keep that trend going.
Dave Roberts trying to manage the Dodgers out of this impossible jam. Bases loaded, nobody out in the 12th in a 1-1 game. And Fienzo 1 to Drury. And of course, the drawback to loading the bases is that it puts the onus on the pitcher to command with no room for error. Diamondbacks win it in 12. Brandon Drury with a game-winning single to score Jake Lamb.
Casey Feen needs to throw a strike. 1-1 count, comes in there. Drury does a nice job just staying on it and driving it. And hits it so hard you even find a hole in a 5-man infield. Went to the weaker side with just 2 guys over there on the right. Drove it through there and got a bath.
Alexis, player of the game. Jake Lamb sent the game into extras with a 2-out double in the 9th, tying the game at 1, and then started this 12th inning with a triple and scored the game-winning run off Brandon Drury's single. When you combine the numbers that he's putting up with his ability to perform in the clutch like this, he's going from emerging star to just flat-out star. That does it from Phoenix. For Earl Hershiser, Alana Rizzo, and the rest of our crew, Joe Davis saying so long for now. We get you to Access Sportsnet Dodgers, brought to you by your Southern California Nissan dealers, and bring it back here in just a bit.